47. Well, as the shadows become deep and black, as darkness settles upon an unsettled land, the silent pall of evil settles upon the earth. Who dares to search? Who dares to see what walks in the night? If you dare, welcome to the nightmare of the Hotel Orloff, ladies and gentlemen. Here in scenic and sunny Rural Retreat, Virginia, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to this crypt of horrors, this vault of secrets, this tomb of terror, this chamber of chills. Yes, and here in the lobby of the Hotel Orloff, we are surrounded by curios and memories of days gone by, memories of old days, good times. I remember fun days filled with simple pleasure. Woodsy Owl, Count Chocula, not Brandak and Delta Dawn, take me back to the world gone away. Memories seem like yesterday, and tonight it's October 31st, Halloween, All Hallows Eve. Uh, 5 days until the election, until the inauguration of President 47, Donald J. Trump. We've got a live rally going on right now here. And then in a little bit, he's going to be on, Tucker Carlson's going to be interviewing him. So we're monitoring that here. So welcome back to Channel 47, the Grottoir Life Inspirational Network, WFUN TV out of Rural Retreat, Virginia. We're having a wonderful evening. I'm actually feeling pretty good. I've lost 15 pounds and I highly recommend it. I'm going to lose more, even though I just ate it's like a gigantic burrito filled with macaroni and cheese and brisket. It's some new thing at the restaurant in the town square. But I have lost weight and now I feel so much better. I can actually sit cross-legged, Indian style, they used to call it. I can bound up the stairs, and if I and I'm at, I was I actually inflated my gargantuan body to 240 pounds. Now I got down to I'm at 225 now. My father was in the military, so he was shocked when I went over 200. He says, "There's no way you should be that big." So anyway, I should be about 180. So I'm going to keep losing weight. What I did, ladies and gentlemen, is very simple. I stopped drinking soft drinks, soda pop, and I recommend that to you. Um, I only drink unsweetened iced tea now. That was one of the major things. See, it's unsweetened iced tea. Of course, you have no idea what is in this. How, how do you know it's not spinal fluid? Could be. Well, as the sun set here, we've got the time change coming up, man. It's almost 7. I'm going on. I went on late and early at the same time. This was scheduled for 6 o'clock tonight. Then my wife said, "Hey, we need to eat," and I want to. So I bounced it back to 7, and then I wound up coming on early anyway. I just want to get this show over with. Tonight we're gonna. I'm just kidding. Tonight we're gonna be telling ghost stories. You can call in to our toll-free number, or actually just click in on this StreamYard platform and tell your ghost stories. There's a way to prevent ghosts. And I'm going to tell you that here, a secret here in a few minutes. I want to see if the sun has set yet first. Oh, there's someone waiting to come in. Let's see who that surprise will. Oh, it's too dark to see, but you can't see it, but I just put a giant Trump flag up in the showroom window of the Hotel Orloff. I'll show you later on. Anyway, let's see what these commentators are saying here. I am one of us says, Happy Halloween, October 31st, Gratu and friends. And this is the link to come on. And my wife says, Happy Halloween, I am one of us. And Meyer Greenblatt says, Happy Halloween to both the living and the undead. And he says, Remember, do you remember the times of your life? Good morning, yesterday. Taking off my shoes, just like Mr. Rogers. You wake up to soggy yesterdays. And suddenly, it's hard to find the memories you left behind. You remember. Look at this. We put up the Christmas tree already because why in the heck not? Here's the Frankenstein sent to me by Kevin Johnson, the owner of Gotham City Comics. Here's a little bear elf I've had since childhood. Here's the 45th and 47th president of the United States. And I've been adding these little tortured men jigglers to the tree. See? And we've got rockets, Trump, and torture. It's and I just found a jiggler monkey I need to put on the tree. Who? See, look, incredible. Let's get him on there. Hang a shining monkey from the highest bough and have yourself. No, not that bough. Let's hang him here, man. Hang him high, man. Come on, man. There we go. Incredible. Incredible. Bumsteadable. What are people saying here? My Riblet, Paul Anka for Kodak Film. Apex Comics says Trump tree. Imp says pumpkin, 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 pumpkin. And Apex Comics says, I'm Meyer Reblatt at Greta Orloff at Greta Orloff. And Greta Orloff says, Merry Halloweeny, Meyer. And Apex Comics says, Hi, Inch. Let's see who this person is. Let me click this red button and see what surprise awaits us. Why, it's Kevin Johnson, the owner of Gotham City Comics in Mesa, Arizona. What's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good. This house. Oh my God! Let's take a look at this. He just got his a 1966 calendar. Um, did the dates agree with this year? Can it be used this year? See where October 31st, what day of the week it falls on. Oh my gosh, it's like looking in the mirror. This is a calendar that came out in 1966 with pictures of people wearing the Don Post masks that were sold in Famous Monsters back then. And I've got a few pictures from this calendar, but I've never actually owned the whole calendar. This calendar for sale nationally at your local news dealer. That's weird that it has that. Seems like you already would have purchased it, unless this is a maybe this is a promo one that's sent out to people so that they'll want to buy it. It's that could be that maybe why it has a different cover than what you're used to seeing. But I don't know anything about it, man.
Yeah, read this right here.
My wife says I send and bought a movie digitally. Yeah, because I am completely for only getting
Well,
physical media.
they're advertising that you can get a hold of this place and make your own calendar with them.
Oh, that's what they're trying to do. Okay, yeah. It's easier to share it. Okay, so she bought a movie so she could share it with her family in another state. Oh my gosh, that's the great one, the Frankenstein one. Imp says that's far from a sin. Yeah, but it was Beetlejuice too, and that's you have to, it's got that communist. I didn't used to think he was a communist. I've loved that actor since Night Shift, the movie Night Shift, but now I hate him because he says that he's against Trump.
Oh, you can buy
Plus that.
prints too.
Okay, maybe I have prints, but I think I'll be able to know. I think they have the month on the back of them, so they're probably just ripped out of this calendar.
No, the
Um,
month is down the bottom, and they just cut them right here.
Said she would have rather bought the Blu-ray. Okay, yeah, amazing. So, are all of these masks still in production today?
So that the remakes from '98. This one, for example, doesn't have even close to detail that this one has.
Is it is the detail there, but it's not brought out in the paint, or it's a different sculpt?
No, it's the. I think the molds were so used up that they didn't have detail in them.
Oh, oh, that's horrible. So to get the really good ones, you've got to get an early one, and those ones are probably disintegrated, so you're screwed either way.
Unless somebody foam filled it in the '80s.
Imsh is insulting Slee Stacks. No, Slee Stacks are all Republicans. And my wife
Like
says, Happy
even this
Samhain,
one
Apex Comics. Yeah,
with that '98 reissue has none of these details, none of these fine lines.
yeah,
And
yeah.
this one is created just for the calendar. They didn't have a mask at that time.
How close is your mask to that? Have you tried putting it up to the mask and see if they molded the wrinkles in the brain closely? Because I'm sure they used that as a model when they were sculpting it. Oh my gosh, fantastic! Looks pretty close. It's a little more pink on the original.
Yeah, the colors are definitely off, but the head's pretty spot on. I think
Yeah,
even
my
how the left
goodness.
side of the brain's even see the left side of the brain how it's taller than the right side.
Oh, yeah, incredible.
So there was two masks that they had only 10 masks. They had to create two masks for this calendar.
Oh, okay.
We passed the other one already. It was the
Have
monkey
you
in the beginning.
have you gotten to October yet?
Uh, I must have passed it. I think most of
Oh,
the ones
there,
I
and then
saw had the Wolfman as the cover.
yeah, that's what I would have thought too.
Maybe this is the cover. Maybe yeah, it has different ads on it too. Like I don't remember.
Oh, that's great. So that date. This is a '66 calendar, right? They're sell. What is the cigarette lighter they're selling? What is that?
A
Beautiful golden
beautiful
black
golden
cigarette.
box.
Wow.
Oh, look, it has a
So
like a watch built onto it.
yeah. Well, they sell you the masks and they sell you the lighters. It's kind of like what the Democrat Party is providing to all the people, the Antifa. Not that we would talk about politics here. All right. This is great. These prices, you've got to realize 495 were astronomically high in 1966. I mean, these are
I thought they
don't
were
think of it.
more. I thought they were more back then.
Well, 495 is probably what you could buy with 495 is probably like $30 in today's money. And I'm not
I thought the
joking.
top. I thought the top stones were like $3, and then these were like $20 or $30 for the Don Post.
I just I there's no way for me to know because I was 1 year old in 1966.
Okay, but here's an ad for the mask.
Yeah.
Over the head rubber mask.
Well, this
Okay.
calendar's in
Yeah,
great
I see. They
condition.
didn't have the. I think these were cheaper versions for 495.
Oh, let's see that Dracula one. Go up to that. That Dracula might actually be better than the really detailed one because to me, that looks more like Dracula than the one with all the wrinkles because that makes
Yeah.
Dracula look like he's on meth, like he's been using meth for years. It's just he's so
No,
wrinkled
I
up
know what
and
you're saying. That one looks more accurate, but you gotta the one with the wrinkles is like that's how it's supposed to look though.
yeah, oh, I know that. I'm just saying as far as
So if I had to choose, I would pick the one with the wrinkles, even though it
yeah,
doesn't look
yeah, yeah.
exactly.
If I had to choose, I'd get both. But oh well. Yeah.
See the wrinkles on this Mad Doctor.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Just
wonder
look at
what
my
medical school he went to, man. It's like on the planet Klingon or something.
let's look at my Mad Doctor. Well, mine's different color, but
Oh yeah, see that looks more movie accurate. The other one looks like um, Imp says burning leaves in the backyard, reading from the Necronomicon. Things went south fast. Yep. And my wife says happy candy day, Gotham City Comics and Collectibles. Do you get people coming into your store trick or treating?
um, I've had candy out all month, but
Oh, okay.
no, I haven't had any trick or treaters yet.
Oh. Oh shit.
Oh,
John
here's
Goris says, hey,
October.
Gratu. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No,
Yeah.
you're good. Read his.
Um, 31st was a Monday that year. So that that won't be good until uh let's see, one, two, about 5 years you can use that like as an actual calendar. You always save
Okay.
old calendars because you can reuse them. Every 7 years. John Goris says, "Hey, Gratu, I was a total fail getting the new animations on YouTube this year. My computers all let me down as far as sharing with the world goes. Anyhow, sent you an email. Oh, I never checked my email. I'll have to look at it after the show. You come on, John, and talk. Tell me in person. I'm so terrible at looking at email. Um, text messages work better, John, than emails because I associate emails with advertisements and I don't know what yeah. Yeah. Oh shit. So there's not a new John Goris, but if you go to his channel, he's got a million great Halloween oriented. Well, to me, they're great for all year, but for you normies, there's no normies watching. All 19 of you are cool. But for a normie, the stuff that they would watch at Halloween is what John Goris has. I watch it all year. You should
I watch
watch his
Christmas
vid.
movies.
Right now.
I watch Christmas movies on Halloween.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, there's no division between holidays. I know Meyer is going to have ghost stories,
Oh,
says
hey,
my
I got
wife.
some. I'll show something to Meyer real quick if he's watching.
She says she'll read the email to me. Oh God, what is this?
Their new reaction. Meyer's gonna
Uh,
like this next one.
well, what the? How you have that for sale right now? Is that for sale, Kevin? Oh my God, is that something that is for sale? I don't
Why
think
you like
I
this?
did. What? Are you kidding me? Yes. Is it you just got one of them or something?
I only bought one because I didn't think anybody likes them.
What do you think? We're all a bunch of homo. Oops. Do you think we're all just a bunch of? Yes. Well, can you get more? I need to watch my language.
Yeah, I don't think there's a big rush out on these.
Yeah, order me one, please. That's
Yeah,
amazing. Everything
look
about
at
it, the
this. Check
packaging,
this out,
everything.
man.
That's one I'll never take out of the package. Now that one I don't want. But what is that? Thriller
This is a
Crew.
surfing. It's a surfing monkey or a
Well, I
gorilla.
guess that's cool, but something a little too 80s about it to me. But I'm sure the 80s people love it. John
It's
Gora says,
cool.
well, I can relax this year until next Halloween. My Batman versus Skeletons is pretty much done. Hopefully, I'm sorted by then. Oh, you've got a cartoon coming out, Batman versus Skeletons? Are you kidding me? John Gora says, that's This Island Earth, yes. And my wife says, I watched a couple of John's videos last night because I was thinking there would be a midnight drop of your new creation. Lucky for you, we are Halloweenies all year round. Yeah, she was watching that 100 Skulls video like midnight last night. Are these things that all arrived today? Oh my
Hmm.
God. Is that for sale? Or are these things you got for yourself? Oh, you got more than one. How much are those?
I think 20 or 25.
I need to get that for Cleo. If you would save that for me. Unfortunately, I can't surprise her because she's watching right now. I assume she'll tell me if she doesn't want it, but I think she'd want that. Wait a second. Oh, those. So this is like an imitation of the other line. It's like two different companies are doing kids in Halloween costumes.
Yeah, but, you can't say it's an imitation. There, it's a different scale. Look,
Well,
one's a Star Wars. You
they're
know,
tiny.
one's a Star
Wait,
Wars
I
figure, and
guess
one's a Meagle.
I guess I don't have a sense of how big those other ones are. Those are really, those are how tall are
It's
those?
Amigo. The other one's Amigo.
Oh, you know what? I forgot to. I just remembered that Aquaman. I was wanting to get that too. Well, never mind. I'll get that the next order. That Aquaman Migo. Anyway. Um. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're a different scale, but it's like kind of like
Look
you
at
know,
look at this.
it's
They
like
took that
saying
model. They took that boxed model
right.
Aurora figure that I just had recently,
Yeah.
and they put him in a regular packaging.
Damn, that's pretty damn good too. These people are pretty good at figuring out how to. I wish the economy was better, man. I'd be getting every. How much is that Godzilla figure?
I should make a Gotham City shirt like that with that logo, huh? The Aurora logo.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah, that Godzilla is amazing. Meyer's saying. She says I just
Look
got
at Pink
surprised right
Caesar.
now. Okay, so that sounds like Cleo wants it. So do Regretta Cleo, same person for those of you that are new viewers.
Yeah, I'll
Um,
put it in his pile.
oh man, this stuff is too good. Oh my gosh. Well,
Look at this
so
big Godzilla. This is Blazing Godzilla.
Blazing Godzilla. My
See what
goodness.
movie? See what movie? Oh no! It
What
almost
happened?
fell.
Oh man. Careful.
Oh, Godzilla versus Destroyer, 95.
Oh, I remember that movie. Yeah. The mid 90s. What a wonderful and horrifying time in my life.
Here's a new kind of cheap Godzilla toy.
Yeah. Myers says yes, do that to the logo, but definitely do another reprinting of your current shirt because I think a lot more people would like that. And my wife says I ain't crazy.
Here's
Did I call you
Bane.
crazy? Yeah, that character I have no interest. I mean, that's a character from the 90s, right? I don't really accept him as a Batman villain. I don't accept
Remember
this
when
Bat.
he broke Batman's back?
Yeah, that's just I never read that storyline. To me, that just seems like yeah, it's not a. I'll never accept him any more than I accept Venom and Carnage in my world of Spider-Man. I
I know
because
someone you will accept.
oh yes, there's the Centaur. He calls in just about every Saturday morning.
This is a vinyl kit. I think it's already painted, and
That's
I
my
don't think you
favorite
have to
kind of
glue.
model kit, the one already painted and built for me. Imp says those from Super 7. I'm not sure which ones he's talking about.
Here's John Wick.
Oh, well. Uh,
I've never seen. I've never seen John Wick. Hello.
I think I saw one with Cleo,
Yeah.
and I really was having fun, but they killed the dog, man. It's unpleasant.
Yeah. When I heard that, I didn't watch it.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't kill dogs, man, and never.
There's Long
Oh, boy.
Halloween #2.
Okay. Oh, so you got your new DC books finally?
Yeah.
You're
Here's the
just
J.
now.
Scott Campbell cover.
Is that okay? Is he considered a good artist or something?
Yeah, you've bought some of his stuff.
I kind of like that cover. Is that
Yeah. Everybody
if
likes this
you
cover.
do you have any left, or are they all spoken for?
I'll have to check my sheet, but I might have one.
If you've got one left, put it in my pile, and I'll get it with the absolute
Oh,
Batman.
here's the. You should have told people your real secret that you had. Um,
Oh,
your,
Devour. Yeah,
yeah,
I don't know what this is, but
it's
is it
it's a secret to your weight loss right here.
but is it a
It's
good
about.
comic? Do you, is this something you've heard about?
So here's the. I haven't read this, but it's from Hyde Street. It's part of the Geigerverse stuff.
Yeah. Oh, it's part of Geigerverse. Oh yes. Okay. Well, then I want a copy of that. I love that shit.
This is a
Um,
one shot. It's just a
yeah.
one
Yeah.
story that happens on Hyde Street. It's about weight loss.
Okay. Well, I need to read about weight loss. I gotta lose weight, man. Guys, it really. I can't believe how good I feel just from
Please
losing the
stop eating
15 pounds.
cola and donuts. Just eliminate those two
Yeah.
things.
Well, I'm not saying I'm perfect, but uh, Imp says I have two gargantuas made in Japan in the box made by X Plus. If you want, let me know. Rare as fuck.
Yeah, I love those.
I never saw the John Wick films. I was always so immersed in old John Woo films. I sort of felt like I could skip it that point in my life. There's someone trying to come in. It is Chip Creep Napalm at the stage. Hey there.
How are you?
Oh, hey, good. Um, Kevin's needing your address. He was asking me earlier, and I said I've got it somewhere, but I have no idea.
Just send it. If you can send it to me on Facebook or Instagram.
Okay, we'll do.
Yeah.
Make sure you're at the right. You make sure you're at the right Gotham City though.
Prior Tuck, I've only lost 15 pounds, and it's incredible.
If you use
But I'll lose a lot more.
Instagram, it's this one right here.
Okay,
Gotham
got
City Comics _ collectibles.
great. Thank you.
Oh boy, well, it's nice you came back. What do you got there? It looks like a smog monster, Hedera, whatever you want
Yeah,
to
I
call
saw
it.
you guys were talking about Godzilla, so I figured I'd take him off the wall.
Okay, Kevin, I'm going to go to him for a second, just in case.
Yeah,
Oh,
I want
wait,
to see that.
wait. Well, yeah,
No,
hold up
I
on the
want to see that
dwellings. I want
smog
to see
monster.
dwellings. Oh my gosh, there's too much stuff to see.
I I paid a visit to my local comic book shop today, and they didn't have some of those books that you're showing already. So one day, and already I missed out on some stuff. So it's a shame.
Yeah, he's just getting the books today that he should have gotten like last Friday because all his books were sent to some other store and vice versa. So he's just now getting them.
Oh, so maybe I'm being premature, being upset then.
Well, no, that means that your store is definitely sold
Can
out
I
of
have
them.
a
Because,
drink over here?
but you could order them from him, because if you've got a package coming from him, you could just buy one of those books and he'd throw it in.
Yeah, I want to do like maybe a pull list. I'll see if he has a. I'll just get a bunch of stuff. But I buy stuff weekly, so it'd be nice to you know ensure that I'm actually getting it.
Oh, and yeah, you could do that with him, and his packaging is impeccable, and he gets stuff to you like instantly. It's like he has a time, some kind of time portal or something.
Oh, that's great.
Let's see that Hedera. Ooh, that's nice. This is very
Are you
timely
sure?
because we've been called garbage, or I don't know, what did he call us? That's so he's literally walking garbage, right?
Oh yeah.
So that's what. So whatever his name, whatever his name, Joe Biden said that we're all just like Hedera, the smog monster. We're walking piles of filth and trash, deplorable pieces of shit.
You remember
My
the
wife lost 45 pounds. It took her a year.
wow.
But when you drop, and she's stopped soft drinks too. So
It actually looks like my head almost can go in my. There
yeah,
you go. Yeah, I love the theme song. You remember the theme song for the?
the the Save the Earth song.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Magnificent.
yeah. Yeah, it's all they're in some psychedelic club. It seems like singing "Save the Earth." It's a really catchy song.
Absolutely, the lights are flashing like a. I don't know if it's a disco theme or some sort of like hippie. It's great.
Have a great day.
Yeah, the guy I bought the Kiss pinball machine from was a big fan of that movie, and he said that when he was in second grade, his class went on a field trip to see Godzilla versus the Smog Monster. So I thought that's it. Whatever school you went to is pretty
Yeah, I'll be
cool.
here. All
It's good to
Um,
see you too, Greta.
right.
and what happened to Disney and Comics is the garbage man forgot to pick me up on Monday. I was too deplorable. Oh man. Well, I was gonna do ghost stories tonight, but we don't have to do that. Oh shit! I got to go back over there, man. Dwellings. This is the new issue coming out. It's a Christmas. I mean, it's a Halloween special. Hoary, gothic, gory. Oh my gosh. Sam Hain and Story. And she doesn't even have a name. Or no, maybe Story's her name. Maybe I'm off on the names. Oh, okay. The names are above them. I forgot how Harvey did
Start
it.
over.
Horrific, that's hoary. That's gothic, or I guess. That's gory. That's Sam Hain. And that's Story. Now we got it. We got it accurate. Okay, I'm afraid I'm going to need this. Do you have extra copies, or are they all reserved on this one?
I don't think I have anybody for this one.
Okay, well, it's just, man. Imagine if Harvey had released this comic. Yeah, I'd like a copy of this too, Kevin, please. Goddamn, what the? This reminds me of when Marie Severin did a parody of Casper in Crazy Magazine in the mid '70s, and it was Casper's origin story, how he was killed by his stepfather, and he comes back as a ghost and makes sure that his stepfather goes off the road, dies in a fiery crash with his new girlfriend, and it's all drawn in the the Harvey House style. He's telling his life, he's telling the story of how he died to Wendy. Oh my gosh, man. Jay Stevens, this is why he never answers my messages on Instagram, is because he's busy drawing. And I can tell he's never read it, but this would be a great guest on the show. This How much is this? Is this like an $8 book? Soldiers and steel workers, farmers and auto workers, and patriotic moms and dads of every race, religion, color, and creed. Not for kids or cowards. And it's like, I wonder if the fake creases would fool CGC into giving it a lower grade. Did I have a feeling of deja vu? Was there some comic that had fake damage to it and CGC was fooled, or did we
Yeah,
talk
they
about
gave it
that?
a low grade. Yeah,
What book was that? Do you remember?
I don't know. It's probably happened tons of times.
Yeah. So what company is this that delivers DC and independent? It's oh my god. Jeez, this is horrifying, man. Um, the comic that gave me this feeling in second grade that we're seeing here, that just it felt completely wrong because it was drawn in a style for kids, but it was a horrifyingly brutal, gory, not gory, but just evil comic, was Chilling Adventures into Sorcery, as told by Sabrina the Teenage Witch. And that comic that came out in 1972, issues 1 and 2 are done with the classic Archie style art, but the stories are like EC stories. And then after that, they decided maybe they got complaints, and they started drawing the comic with mostly Gray Morrow's art. So it looked like a traditional horror comic. It didn't look like something, for 6-year-olds. And
Hey Chip, did
uh,
you just message me on Instagram?
I did, yes.
Okay.
I just didn't want to forget.
Imp says, "Love me some Smog Monster." Imp says that art looks digital, no bueno. But I've seen uh, Jay Stevens working, and he does actually draw. He actually does draw with actual, old style things. He's see. Meyer says, "Put a dwellings Halloween special in my pile, please, Kevin." Meyer wants it, and I want it. Anyone else want a copy of that? Well, he's got the pile out. Bobby, I want you to take care of health. I want you to look at the food and the food supply and what we put on the food and all sorts. You can look at. But let me handle the oil and gas, Bobby. Just leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I want to work the liquid gold. It's I guess the Halloween special came out the day before Halloween.
Oh,
But
cool. They're gonna make a 3D one.
oh. Are you just now going through the pile for the first time, like out of the
Uh-huh.
box?
What movie is this? What's the homage? What's this an homage to? What horror movie?
Uh, I think it's a movie. Is it called May? It has like a kind of a goth looking girl, and it seems.
Yes, you're right.
Is that what it's called? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is it a new movie?
Oh, I'd say it's about 10, 15 years old. I don't know.
Yeah,
Lost
that's
track
true.
of all time.
Can I get a copy of one of those ferals, or is that for
You
customers?
need ferals? Do you want the regular cover or the variant cover?
Um, let me see the other one again. I'll take that one.
The regular cover?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Myers said the Aristocats.
Yeah, it's like a zombie apocalypse, but in like the feline world.
Oh, is that what it is?
Kind of interesting.
Yeah, they did stray dogs first, and then they did stray cats or feral, not
Stray
stray
cats
cat.
would
Oh,
have been.
is it the same person doing both series? Because
Yeah,
I
my
like
friend
Stray
Tone does
Dogs.
this. My friend Tone Rodriguez, this guy, he does all the backgrounds on it. He
Is
does
it
all these
how many issues is it into this series?
seven. That's number seven right there.
Oh, so they're already, yeah, that's the final issue. Or
Here's
do you have
Frankenstein.
copies of the first? Do you have the first six still, or are they sold out?
It hasn't sold like Stray Dogs did.
I guess I should just wait for a bound or graphic novel then at this point. So you recommend very highly this Frankenstein comic. I haven't ever gotten it, right? It's
I
only
don't think.
issue two. I thought they had
No,
done a
this is
bunch of.
second printing.
Oh, the second printing. Okay.
This is issue one, second printing.
Okay. My goodness. I didn't realize last night's Halloween show was going up against the final night of the World Series. So, oh well.
I didn't even know the World Series was happening.
I didn't either, actually. It's kind of embarrassing not to know that because it makes you feel like you're not a real American. But no, I had no idea.
This is cool. Look at it reprints. I think it reprints inside here. Uh, Look at it. Maybe his first appearance.
It probably is. Yeah, yeah.
So it has new and old stories in here. And it's since I guess this show's popular.
Yeah, I guess that's what it's yeah, doing.
I guess this guy's.
It's
This one
actually.
I was kind of disappointed in.
Yeah,
I thought they were going to do some cool covers for this, and they didn't do any cool covers.
Wow.
Huh.
That was the best cover that they had. So that's the only one I ordered. If you look on the inside, you can see what the regular cover looked like because they just attached this cardstock to the old
Oh,
cover.
so you're really getting both comics.
You get both covers, but you have to pay the higher price, $6.99, and this was $5.99.
Oh man, that's just ridiculous.
That's stupid, huh? Because somebody could just fold this over.
Wow.
I
Yeah,
didn't
you
like the
could fold
art.
it over on the way to the cash register and then fold it back.
No, don't do that to your shop. They need the money.
No, I'm not suggesting people do that. I'm just saying it's such a stupid thing.
I didn't like
Yeah.
this art. It's kind of muddy, too little, too muddy for me.
Is that a one-shot comic? I think it's a one-shot, right? It's just one
I'm
issue.
not sure. Let's see if let's look at the last page and see if it says anything about it being over.
Try not to
There's
spoil
never.
the
Yeah.
story. I see.
Maybe
Well,
it is a one shot. Sounds like it with that ending line.
Do you have any of those available? I'll take one of those if you don't mind.
Want one of those? Okay.
Yes, please.
Let's see, red coat. This cover looks cool. Look at this one with skeletons on it.
yeah.
That's number 7.
Yeah.
I'll take one of those too, please.
You like this cover?
Yeah, that's great.
I like that one better too. There's this one too.
Did you just order one of each cover?
I ordered 2 of this one because this was the best one.
Yeah, let me get the other one. We're really screwing over your customers that walk in.
Oh no, I taken care of the subscriptions already.
Oh, okay, all right.
So this is the new. If Kamala gets elected, she's going to have this new group of people called the Skin Police.
Oh, yeah,
I
that's
heard
not going to
about that.
happen.
That's her. That's one of her agendas things I heard about. Did you guys hear about that?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
They're going to rush it in. It was supposed to happen in 2142, but they're going to make it happen sooner.
So this is who does this comic?
Oni Press, I think, right? However you say it.
Um, it's Oni.
Yeah, I read
Where?
that. That was a pretty interesting issue. I read that one.
Oh yeah, this is a
Oh,
second print. This is a second print.
oh, okay. Oni are Japanese demons, is that right?
I don't know.
I think they are. Myers
I
says
think you're
Skin
right.
Police is part of Project 2026. Yes. Yeah, don't let AOC see that. We'll give her ideas.
Spawn. Oh, I forgot to pull these.
Oh, for your customers or your pull list. Yeah.
This one I pulled, but the other one I forgot.
Oh, it's a humorous Spawn comic.
Spawn kills every spawn. Look at this guy. He looks like Mysterio.
Yeah.
I ordered these
Wow.
anime statues for a customer like 2 years ago, and they finally came in. And
Oh,
he's
really?
already he can't get them now. It's I mean that was like 2 or 3 jobs ago when he had money. Now he can't afford them.
Oh, shoot. Poor guy.
Yeah.
Did you show
So
Devour? Did I miss that? Did you show Image Devour? It's a one
you want to
shot.
devour? Yeah, I have one right here.
Yeah,
Here, I'll show you.
you have one left, I'll take it, please.
Long Halloween, the Campbell cover.
Did you pull one of those for me?
You want one of those?
Yeah, yeah, that one. And I'd like a Devour too if you didn't pull one for me.
Devour. You want a devour one?
Yes.
I do too.
Uh,
If you I'll take one, please.
I think we were going to
then
tell ghost stories tonight. Does anyone have a ghost story?
I have one, but it doesn't have a good ending or a middle part.
Well, we don't need a story arc necessarily, and all the.
Dwellings.
I
You
wanted
wanted
the
one back
dwellings.
too.
I think did we both want it, or did you want it? I don't
Oh no,
know.
Meyer wanted one.
Meyer wanted
So
dwellings, and I wanted dwellings. Yeah,
this is yours, Gratu, right?
yeah. Well, yeah. I'm kind of torn on that feral thing, but since it's the seventh issue of a series, maybe I should just wait. Yeah, okay, that's good for me.
And then Meyer wanted one dwellings,
Yeah.
and then
It's like the Home Shopping Network, man. We've it's supposed to be ghost story night.
And then Chip wanted these, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I have one more dwellings if you're.
Yeah, I guess I should. I mean, you guys seem hot on it.
Well, don't
No, you
succumb to
guys.
peer pressure.
No,
You
no.
know,
Yeah,
I
that looks
see.
pretty
I'm a
wild.
big fan of Harvey Comics, and this is just a twisted version of it. But I like this guy Jay Stevens. He's some new guy. I don't know how long he's been around, but to me, he's a new guy that is impresses me and makes me, you know,
That
it
looks like
just makes.
that looks like the little hot stuff guy you talk about, right?
Yeah, that is exactly Onis are these Japanese demons with horns. Yeah. Um,
Yeah, I'll
there's
try.
a
One
Yeah,
Chip, you want one of these?
yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
please.
there's a Japanese comic book. I guess I'm supposed to call it manga, and a cartoon called Lum or Urusei Yatsura, and it's like Bewitched or I Dream of Jeannie. It's this young guy's this Oni is in love with this young guy, and she's this beautiful demon, and she has horns, and she wears like a leopard skin kind of bikini. That I'm sure you've seen that character on all kinds of merchandise. But I guess in Japan, that's like a kind of like a genie or a, I don't know. It's like a, I think they're giants with horns. I don't know, fangs, something like that. I'm not an expert in all that. Meyer says, I'm going to go and get a hot chocolate and then walk downtown. I'll come on soon. If you want to show what's going on downtown because they have giant Halloween festivals tonight, that would be great if you give us some live coverage from downtown. My goodness gracious. It just looks like this store is like a paradise, man. So anyway, my philosophy on ghosts, people ask if this place is haunted because this is a house that was built right before World War One. That in 1950 they did some tinkering with some like this. There was a wall moved back. This used to be an outdoor porch, and then they altered it and did some changes to the place. And this became a funeral home from 1950 to 72. And so people say it's got to be haunted. And I think, well, why would a funeral home be haunted? The homes where people lived are what's haunted, right? If they'd already be off the into the light, by the time the body shows up at a funeral home. So, you know, uh, there was the person that visited that thought or, pretty convinced he saw something, but we've never seen anything. And my philosophy on ghosts is that, and I don't want to insult people that come on and tell ghost stories, but I think ghosts are probably only going to mess with you if you create a horrible environment for them as they continue to try to live in their former home. So I think if you play good music, the kind they like, and you entertain them, by watching good movies and they can watch with you, they'll probably be happy and you'll never see them. But if you're going to play hip hop music and just be an asshole and maybe, do horrible things in your house, then they may try to scare you out. I don't know. What do you
Yeah.
guys think? Do you think,
Well,
because if I'm
with
playing
that
old
logic,
music, what's that?
I said with that logic, I should have probably taken that guy's offer. I could have gotten a free coffin, like a real one.
Yeah.
But he said he's going to give it to me because said there's good news and bad news. The bad news, the body had leaked out a little bit in this coffin.
Yeah, yeah, you made the right decision. You don't you don't take that coffin, man. That's just horrible because it's probably gonna have horrible smells, and yeah, it's not gonna be haunted. Why would someone haunt the coffin they used to be in? That makes no damn sense. It's like I don't want to go to heaven. I'd rather haunt this coffin. It's just stupid. Um,
I do
I
have
don't know.
I have a rule. I don't bring Ouija boards into the store.
Yeah, you know something? I got this goddamn Ouija board that because my older brothers, they had it in the mid '60s, and it's got a really cool box. I still have it with me, but I haven't moved it in from the garage. But I'm sure the ghosts evil spirits can get out of it in the garage and come up the stairs or in through the elevator shaft. I don't know, and get to us. But it's like it was my older brother's, so I don't want to toss it. The box looks so cool. It looks like the Spectre from DC Comics on it. It's like, I don't know, Milton Bradley put it out. And my older brother used to play it with me. He would get it out and play it with me. And of course, he's like 10 years older, 11 years older than me. And he would, it would move, but he was secretly moving it. That's, your older brother's moving it to the different letters and spelling out things. But I agree, it's a bad. I agree that they're not healthy, and people say they should be burned and everything. But it's like, it's my older brothers. It's like I don't know what to do. I guess I should get rid of it, but it's a collector's item. Um, what are people saying here? Uh,
I think if you keep it for sentimental, it's good. But once you start employing it for, you know,
yeah, but I mean,
inviting
yeah,
something else, maybe.
yeah, but people think that it's a conduit, even if you just leave it in the box. It's just an evil object that they can somehow get through. It seems like you would have to try to invoke these things. I don't know. Myers says, "Oh, he already said that." He says, "Yes, that's my intention." I think I think he I think spell correct put that is my indentation. And then or he's trying to be funny. Like what was that joke in Back to the Future? You are my density. Last Frontier Comics. Happy Devil's Day. Yes. Well, um, yeah. This is not a fun time to be living in Detroit, but I don't think they have any buildings and houses left there to burn. I think Detroit's going back to nature. I see these neighborhoods, and there's a couple of houses, and it's just fields of trees where houses used to be, and it's just being reclaimed by maybe someday no one will even know a city was there. Like one of these, they uncover, something in the South America. It's like, oh my gosh, there used to be a city here. We just thought it was a forest. Oh boy. Yeah, like there's a great here's a channel to get rid of. Oh, we're going to him for sure. Uh, okay, try to. That guy was a flower. I don't remember what is he called, Biolante or something.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah,
There it is.
yeah. Why it's Night Tiger Comics saying, "What's up, junkies?" Well, you mean comic book junkies? You don't just say, "What's up, junkies?" That doesn't sound right. What's up, meth heads? What's up, crackheads? Um, what's up, fentanyl abusers? Yeah, you want to come on, Night Tiger? I'll put the link on. Let's
I
see.
got some. I ordered a couple scary monsters.
Oh shit! Let's look at those. Are they older issues?
I think so.
Did you
31st
order?
issue.
Okay, so what did you do? Order them for your collection, or are these for customers, or what's going on with them? Oh, they're scary
Something.
monsters. I thought.
I think that's why I bought. I think it has an article on Don Post. That's why I bought this one.
Oh, okay, all right. I got Scary Monsters mixed up with Monster Bash. Monster Bash is the one I like. Scary Monsters is good. It has a bit of an amateur feel to it, but it does reproduce some really good ad art.
The pages remind me of famous monsters.
Yeah, there's just something about the production design on it that's
Yeah, I see
it's a
what you
little
mean.
bit it's a
It's
little
amateur.
amateurish. It's not, but it's not. It's good. I mean, it's good. It's good, but it's Yeah. Night Tiger says, "I'm going to bed." That's not it. That's not how he meant it. He just says, "I'm going to bed." Uh, yeah. Night Tiger says, "Signing off." Oh my gosh.
These magazines are pretty thick, though. I give him that.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's a good magazine. It's just it was always expensive, and I the only place I ever saw it. Oh, look at that! The only place I ever saw it was Barnes and Noble, and I try to avoid malls, so I don't have that many of them. But yeah, see, that's good coverage. Yeah, that's. Oh wow. Yeah, I can see why you got this issue. See, those are reprints of old articles there, so that's good. Like from other magazines. Oh yeah, yeah. I don't know why I don't have more of this magazine. I can't account for it. This is a good magazine. Yeah.
Does it stay this good the whole time, or is there a point where it gets too modern? Maybe changes to glossy
No, they've
paper.
always. No, no, no. It's. I think it's still exactly like this. Is this the same company that puts out Castle of Frankenstein now?
I'm not sure.
Um,
Oh, this is great. This guy used to make some awesome masks.
let's see. He's not around anymore.
No, this is yeah. That right there dates this for me because I remember when he was making these masks. So this is like a late '90s magazine.
Yeah, it's old.
This one's like late '90s. Did it have the date on it? Wow, yeah. They were 7.95 back then.
Yeah, that may also be why I don't have many of them. That was a lot of money.
Oh no, it's newer than I think. It's like 2023.
Oh shit, that's brand new. Yeah.
Oh no, not 2023. 2003. I meant.
Oh yeah,
I
that
thought
is
it was
old.
about 98. I thought so. I was like 5 years off.
Yeah, 21 years old. Yeah.
It's old, but it's not old
Well, yeah, yeah, I know what you mean.
because I still have socks that are this old
Yeah, 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 yeah.
that I still
It's.
wear.
Have you seen the movie The Brainiac? If you haven't seen that movie, you need to watch that movie.
Oh, look at.
Oh shit! This music's gonna give me a copyright claim. God damn it!
I can't
I don't
even
want
hear it.
copyright. Oh, good. Whenever Trump goes off stage, he has the Village People playing. It's like I don't want to get a copyright claim from the Village People of all things. Oh,
If
they're
you just
selling.
rate it, I think you can just rate it like you rate the Village People 9 out of 10 for that song.
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure if that works.
You can rate the music for a little bit. You have to critique it. You have to be doing a critique on the music you're listening to,
Yeah,
and
well,
you can
but
play
if the
it.
AI is that smart, they wouldn't have thought Shemp Howard was Adolf Hitler on Instagram. Look at all those Frankenstein heads, man.
I just want one of them. Yeah,
That's
these were
from
the
the.
reissues in 98, 99.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes they'd have the shitty art. That was one thing I didn't like. Those comic strips that look like they're drawn by 12-year-olds. Yeah. But
That's why
it's
I bought this one because there's a whole thing on about the shock monster in this one.
right. Did that guy that Castile's Crypt of Horrors or whatever on YouTube? I think he did a whole hour-long special about the shock monster. Raymond Castile, is that his name?
Yeah, is it an old episode or is it a new one?
I no, I think it was brand new right before he did that live stream with all the other collectors.
Oh, I'll need to watch
Unless
it.
I thought it was new and it was actually old. I'm not sure. Yeah, but look on his channel and see if you can't find a Shark Monster episode.
My shock
I'm
monster.
sorry I keep ignoring you, Chip Creep. What else is going on?
That's it for these. We can look at something else. You
You
guys
still
have
there?
something.
Yeah, I'm still here. I think I have that Boris Karloff one that he just showed.
Oh yeah?
That magazine. That's a good magazine.
Yeah, is it cold where you're at?
Yeah, the basement's cold, believe it or not. It's about maybe 15 to 20 degrees colder down here.
Oh, I thought you meant 15 to 20 degrees, period.
No.
It's
This is
like
just
shit.
my
Hey, how you doing?
my house is
Okay.
half underground, so this is the underground
Oh, you
portion.
want to check them out? Hang on,
Oh, okay.
guys. I got to show some Egyptian panels.
Oh, sure. Oh, I was going to ask him. I was on the phone with him earlier, and I could hear a lady come in the background with some comic books to sell him, and I wanted to see if he bought them and what they were. Um, and yeah, he's trying to sell these walls that look like an Egyptian. You saw them last night, probably.
Yeah, it looks like an Iron Maiden cover. I don't know if you ever
Yeah,
saw that cover, Power Slave. It looks like
yeah, yeah.
that. Pretty wild.
So, so you're into music as well, I
Oh yeah,
assume.
love music. Played in bands when I was younger.
Oh, really? Do you have recordings of your music
I
from
may
back
have
then?
one cassette where we went and we maybe recorded 3 or 4 songs, but
What was the band?
we had several different names. When I was young, it was Feedback, because I heard Jimi Hendrix playing, and it was what was he do? The national anthem. He does the one he does at
Yeah.
yes. So I was like, what is that noise? And my friend said that's called Feedback. I said that's a great name for a band.
Yeah.
So that was one of the first ones, but that was when I was a teenager. Then as you get into college, you get a little bit more cerebral, and you know
Yeah.
your musical taste change. But
Do you have any music on YouTube?
no, nothing like that.
Oh man, you got to get that cassette and put it up on YouTube. That seriously. What time period was the cassette recorded?
It was probably around 1992.
Oh,
Right here.
new music by high school kids from 1992 put up on YouTube. That would be amazing, I think, for a lot of people on YouTube.
Well, that was college. I didn't record till I was in college. I didn't have any money when I was younger, so I
Oh,
was in college. That one came out.
oh, okay.
If you pay me
What
for them,
time
then we
period
can
would that have
help.
been?
That was
Uh-huh.
late '80s and early '90s was college.
Oh, okay.
I sold three of
Well,
them.
you did?
Wow.
Selling this one, and this one.
Are they going to come back and get the other ones?
No, I still have this one, which is probably the best in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this one, it's like an archway. You can have like a fake hallway.
Shit, they should have gotten all of them. Say, the lady that came in with the comics when I was on the phone with you, did you buy
Yeah,
any?
I bought one. It was all
Only
Wizard
one?
magazine. It was kind of cool because she had Wizard magazines and she had a
Yeah.
how to draw book. And inside the how to draw book was an envelope, and she was learning how to draw, and she was drawing on this envelope. And I bet you she was going to try to send it into Wizard. to get it published.
Was she the original owner of this stuff?
No, no, she wasn't the original owner. She just found them. She was a construction worker, and she was doing a cleanup, and she got to keep
Okay.
them.
Okay. So they were all just 90s wizard magazines?
Yeah, the only comic I bought from her was the one where Magneto rips out Wolverine's skeleton.
I didn't even know he did that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that was the only one. Hang on,
Oh,
I'll be back
Captain.
in a second.
Okay, I see that Captain Strangelife's just put up a video here on YouTube. What does it say here? Halloween
750.
comic nostalgia, Captain Strangelife comics
1,
and collectibles.
4,
What does that
5.
say? 3 hours ago. Huh. Let's see.
Okay, drop it. I'll come there.
So, well, I don't know anything about the Wolverine skeleton being ripped out. I don't know when that happened. Um, let's see.
Yeah, oh, you
Can't handle it because I try pain management by taking painkillers.
All right,
know.
let's see if he mentions being on the show last night. Man, he's talking about the pain he's in, man. I hate that, man. Knee pain. I'm sorry that he's going through all that. Let's see. Someone else is coming in. Who is that? Oh, it's Meyer. What's oh man, it's still light there. I forgot the time difference. Let's give you full screen.
31st, 2024.
My, uh, hey Meyer, Cleo was telling me she was watching the show last night and she said, "You've got to see this mischievous grin that Meyer gets at this one point." Because remember, uh, um, Gary Davis was talking about this phone job he had where he has to keep hitting a button that says activate and he gets paid $700. And I said, "Are you sure someone's head isn't exploding in another country every time you hit activate?" And she said,
Yeah,
when, when I said that, you got this big grin. You were so happy. And so I went back. We found that part, and she showed it to me because I didn't notice it at the time. It was you started smiling. It's a great moment when I said that the heads explode. And
I have to check it
yeah,
out. I'm gonna have to look at it. I
it's
gotta see
funny.
it. I
It's
didn't
right after
watch. I didn't know.
you take off the werewolf mask, and just when I said the heads explode, you do this big smile.
Yeah, check out this
She
big
notices
dog. This is
stuff
pretty
that's
new.
oh shit. I'm sorry, I dropped my camera. Yeah, so
This big dog right here is new.
oh yeah, does he have a
Yeah,
leg
it's huge.
lifted? Oh no,
No,
I
his
thought he
legs
had
are
his
not
leg
lifted,
lifted.
but he's big. He's like bigger than a Great Dane. It's like a really big skeleton dog. But it hasn't. This is like new the past couple days. I only saw him like 3 or 4 days ago, and so he's like a recent addition. Anyway, it looks beautiful tonight. Look at them. Can you see that?
Oh, look at that, man. That's
Hey,
that
See
is
the clouds behind the bank? It looks beautiful. And the
hey,
yeah.
we must
flag
be on
too.
a
Can you guys
time
see it?
delay.
Yeah, it is nice.
And then there's a clown right here, a scary looking
Hey,
clown taking his picture. Oh, there he is. He sees us.
He heard you.
Happy Halloween.
Oh.
What's up? How you doing?
It's like who you
Can you
calling
guys
a
see that?
clown,
Can you see it?
motherfucker?
Yeah.
look how dark it is out here.
Hold, hold on.
Oh, it's not dark.
Oh shit!
I thought it was.
In Arizona, look, it's already turning into twilight. Let's take a look at that real quick.
Yeah, the sun is setting there too. Yeah, the
It's
sun
like
is
New
just
Year's
setting.
Eve. It's like New Year's Eve where you were watching it all across the globe. Okay, Mesa, it's already fully dark here in rural Retreat, Virginia, and in
We're
Gotham
waiting for
City,
the
Mesa.
pumpkin to drop.
Yeah, beautiful. Oh yeah, there you go. Beautiful. let's go back and
Wow, that's
see
a
if
building.
Go
it's
back to where all the
gorgeous.
action is.
Yo, let's go see if the clown tries to attack Meyer because he has martial arts skill.
Oh,
He
he
could
went the
take
other.
that clown out.
I'm doubling
Let's,
around. He went the other direction, but
oh,
I'll come
okay.
back the other way.
But Meyer has commando training. He can get rid of any clown that attacks. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
I'm doing a close
That
pattern.
town is so wonderful. Are you gonna walk by the movie theater by any chance?
Oh, it's right here. Yeah, I just walked by it.
Oh
It's right
shoot.
there. Tonight
Oh
is
my God, that's
Scream.
beautiful.
Tonight
What
is
movie?
$5 tickets at 9:30. It's Scream 1996 is what they're showing for $5 at 9:30
Oh
tonight.
man,
Hey,
if
we'll
you
walk
need
down.
to
Let's walk down. Can you guys see okay if I turn the camera? Yeah, you can. If I turn the camera like
yeah,
that, yeah. Let's
yeah,
look this. Let's go this way. So when you first come onto the street, this street is blocked off, right? See? So cars
yeah.
can't come here all the time, every day, all night. And the first thing you see is the theater, and it's an original from 1942.
All they need is banners
And then
hanging
this.
that say air conditioned to make it look just completely of the
Oh
time.
yeah, you're probably right, huh? They've got these like 12-foot tall skeletons when you first come in.
I've never
They're
heard of a small
huge.
town doing that.
They're giant. See, look at how big the skeleton is.
Yeah, that's great.
And then all these buildings down here are from the 1850s, probably 1860s,
Wow.
maybe.
Well, are there people out trick or treating downtown, or what's going on?
So I haven't seen any. I've seen a lot of kids like running around looking like they're going places. Earlier in the day, there was like a child's trick or treating. This whole area was filled with kids and people. It was a full on Halloween fair right here for
Huh?
small kids, for like preschool age children, probably 4 and under. It was packed.
Yeah.
I imagine tonight there's probably going to be people in costumes and stuff. There's going to be partying. There's this whole street with restaurants, bars, and clubs, live music, parties. About every third or fourth business is a bar or restaurant. And then not only on this street, but the street that it tees on Main Street, it also is very similar to this street. So in like about a 2 or 3 block radius, there's about 8 or 10 bars, all within walking distance, which makes it easier in the wintertime.
For drunks. Yeah.
Look at this. There's a guy down here playing saxophone.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that was cartoons coming from Gotham City
Mhm.
or because he always has the
Those
cartoon
clouds
channel
look
playing, and
amazing.
it always sounds like that. Well, yeah, you were telling me about the Vance interview with Joe
What?
Rogan. I watched a
Oh,
little of Joe Rogan talking to Vance, so I haven't watched much, but it's great so
it was
far.
so good. I watched about the first hour, but it's like a 4-hour interview. But it was so good. It was really good, man.
And then Trump's about to
Super
talk to
loose,
Tucker
super
Carlson
funny.
live.
What's that?
Trump's about to talk to Tucker Carlson live.
Oh, is he
So
really?
that'll,
Oh,
yeah.
cool.
Watch me. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if YouTube gives me a
Isn't
copyright
that
claim for that.
is that a Kenny G song? What is that? Oh, Chuck Mangione. Is that Chuck
Yeah,
Mangione? Yeah,
somebody I don't like. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, somebody on that town board loves Halloween because you gotta find a place to store all that stuff, right? And
This whole town goes crazy like this for 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 every like oh look, the Bushman. So this town goes crazy like this for every holiday. It's not just
oh,
Halloween. I mean,
the,
it's over the top. The decorating budget for this town is over the top. Like I don't know,
What's the
like
Bushman?
the guy dressed like a bush right there. Do you see him?
No.
He's in a ghillie suit in front of the candy store. He's dressed like that to scare people when they walk by, right?
Oh, okay. Oh, you ought to just
Right there,
keep the camera on him for a while.
right there. See, that's him. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
But
they
yeah, this
really
place
they embrace tradition there. That's nice.
it's an odd, strange, kind of weird little town. This is not like a normal place. Uh, Clearly not a normal place. Like there's so this is the other main street. This is actually Main Street, and then it connects with Mill Street right here. This whole neighborhood is very old, like going back to the 1850s and 1860s. This
Yeah.
hotel is built in 1862. It's the oldest operating hotel in the whole state of California.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna try and I might lose you. I'm gonna keep the camera turned. I'm gonna show you this street before it gets any darker. I want to show you this street that I discovered this morning real quick, just to show you these houses. It's kind of wild. It's only like a block up, but it's a really small town, and it's odd because that building up there, the Art Deco building, the gray one with the big theater entrance, that's like a performing arts center. A town of 12,000 people, and they have live orchestra, opera, theater, dance. Very unusual, right?
Yeah.
I haven't seen any trick-or-treaters, but if we're gonna see any, it's gonna be down this street right up here. We're just gonna take one turn. Hopefully I don't lose your signal. See, look at this. This is a town of 12,000. Look at this place.
Yeah.
This is the Elks Lodge. So there's some trick-or-treaters right there.
The First Amendment and Second Amendment standing up for speech and self-protection. Amazing shirts now available exclusively at the outshowstore.com. It's the entire country in the world trying to get through me, as Trump says, to get to you. So please stand with us. I thank you all for your support. Plus, these are amazing shirts. The outshowstore.com.
Is that a library?
This is the Elks Lodge.
Oh, you just sold us that. Sorry.
1922, it said on it.
Then, ugly, handsome, your father.
Oh, so this is the house I wanted to show you right up here on the corner. Look at this place.
But what does matter is the size of your heart and the strength of your character.
Really, all the houses on these corners. This one on the other corner over there, it looks like that's like the Hotel Orloff West.
Yeah.
See? Look at that place. You see, look at this place. Isn't this beautiful?
Yep.
Yeah.
I like this wrought iron fence around it too. But
Yeah,
look at the
absolutely.
porch. Look at how beautiful that porch is and the entry. Isn't that great?
Yep. Horny the Ghost is
Happy
back.
Halloween.
He's warning you that
You too.
Michael Myers is following you.
Oh, is there? No, there's no Michael Myers following me.
Well, Horny the Ghost thought there might be.
I don't see one. This is the neighborhood Mexican market. It's called El Barrio. Seems kind of racist. And there, see, there's the view. Can you see that view of the theater, the spire of the theater, and then that's the boundaries of this town. Are those trees all around us?
And how far are we from where the Donner Party ate each other?
About an hour drive, maybe an hour and a half.
I have to establish historical.
Yeah, pretty close.
Yeah. And how
Yeah,
far
they were
is this
hoping to
from
get
where
here.
the
They were hoping to get here before they all ate each other. They were hoping they could make it down here to this spot, but they were stuck up in the snow where there wasn't any. Oh, look, there's the top of the bank too. Wow, look at how beautiful this is, guys. Can you see that?
Yeah. Did you say you'd voted already, Meyer?
Yeah, I voted already. I voted by mail before I left San Francisco like 3 weeks
Yeah,
ago.
you told me that about 4 times.
Yeah,
That's the great thing
yeah.
about Alzheimer's. They can ask the same questions over and over. Let's see. Oh, is Chip Creek gone? Let's see. I didn't know you were gone. Shit. We
Yeah, it
lost
disappeared.
Kevin. How did
Yeah,
Kevin get lost?
it just turned off. I don't know.
Yeah, Kevin disappeared as well while we were watching Meyer. Oh my gosh. Oh,
Kevin, it
Kevin
seemed like
was.
Kevin got a lot of good stuff in this week. I saw a lot of good things that you guys are
Yeah,
looking at.
it's surprising. It's almost like there's a renaissance or something. People think I hate everything, but I'm always looking for new things. It's not me, it's them. I keep trying to tell people I'm not just an asshole. I want music to be good. I want comics and movies to be good. They just aren't.
Yeah,
But
but and then every once in a while, when you see something that is good, it's like you want to jump on it because you're so used to not seeing stuff that's good. So you're like, oh man, whoa!
right,
Suddenly there's something cool.
yeah, and there's good stuff out there. It's just you know, I never would have thought Castle of Frankenstein would come back and actually be kind of decent looking, and all these other, there's a lot of good stuff going on. We ought to do a positive episode one night and just talk about all the wonderful things in the world. Maybe we can do that next Tuesday while we're doing the election coverage. Just talk about all the great stuff that's happening. Like NECA is a great thing, and Retro A Go Go is a great thing. There's a lot of stuff that we're not really
That's
appreciating that exists now. Like all that stuff he was showing. What was the two toy lines? That was the other one. What's the other line? What's the line that puts out all the little miniature Godzilla model kits and stuff? What is that called? Reaction.
yeah, reaction
Super
or chicken
Seven.
of Super Seven, Super Seven.
Yeah, yeah. All these companies. This is pretty cool. Mego is back. People are
Yeah,
making
Super Seven is
big,
great.
and they're
I think Super
just
Seven is doing a great job.
yeah. There's this 2024, well, the last 4 years have been horrible, but hopefully it's just a way of the last 4 years have taught people to never elect people like, or never allow people to steal an election like that again. And, and maybe, maybe everything is correcting itself and the pendulum's swinging the other way and things will
I hope
get back.
so.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that view. Isn't that crazy? Can you guys see that view? I have never stopped and looked at this view. I walk down here all the time and I never even look up at that. Holy shit.
Oh boy. It's starting to look like American graffiti, except the cars aren't
Like
as
what?
cool.
I can't
I
hear you
wonder
good.
if kids ever cruised up and down these streets in previous decades.
Sure, I think so. This would have been the main drag the whole time.
I They were still cruising in the 80s in Arlington, Texas when I was in
I've
high
seen
school.
pictures of this all the way through the decades. I've seen pictures of this place from the 1800s all the way up to present day, 70s, 60s, 50s, 40s, 30s. There's a lot of pictures of this place because there was like I've said, there's a lot of money here, so people were documenting the whole time. So there's a
Uh,
lot of they documented the history a lot, you know.
I'm sure
Plus, he was
there's books you
Bush.
can get about the
What's
history of
that?
the town. I'm sure there are books you can get about the history of the town. Those little books that I think they have them all over the country where they make custom books for local areas and that have all the historical photos. They're a little bigger than a Reader's Digest.
I
Uh,
haven't checked out the museum here, but I imagine the historical society is off the hook here. It's like just
yeah,
like I said, the decorating committee must be a zoo just for, to organize all this for every single holiday, which I know they do. It's kind of wild. Christmas is the one that's going to be completely over the top. I've just
yeah.
seen pictures of it, so this will be the first Christmas I spend here, but it will be over
Well,
the top.
Christmas will probably start. They'll probably start throwing that stuff up tomorrow.
Yeah, they probably will. You're right.
If my wife is on that board, they would. She starts Christmas November 1st.
Yeah, I've already got the tree up, man. And I've got jigglers coming from Gotham City Comics for the tree. Well, I probably should put the link again so that Kevin can get back in. So, have you heard ghost stories, Meyer, about this town?
So I haven't heard much. I mean, I haven't. I know people that have ghost stories, but they haven't told me theirs yet because I haven't had the time. I haven't spent the time to hang out and hear the stories yet. Uh, there's a couple that I've heard, but they were just like in quick joking like fashion from my neighbor who I actually just he drove by while we were still on stream and I waved, but you didn't see me or see him because I was pointing the camera at the building. But this neighbor of mine, he used to work at that haunted hotel that we walked past. It's up the street. There's a bunch of videos of it on YouTube, and the ghost hunters come here because this neighborhood we've just walked through is famously haunted. Like you could look it up on YouTube. Look up the Holbrook Hotel, Grass Valley, and it will come up, and the other hotels will come up too. The Everhart and the Bret Hart, you could look them up too, but mainly it's the Holbrook. Anyway, my neighbor used to work there. He used to also be a bartender right here at the Nevada Club. He's lived here 30 years, but he's always busy working. He works at this lumber mill now, but I've talked to him a few times. So he said that he fell asleep at the desk one night at the Holbrook, and that he felt like he was having a dream, but it was like it felt real. And in this dream, he was having sex with a prostitute, and then when he woke up, he it wasn't a dream. He believes that he believes he was sexually assaulted by a ghost, which is like a common thing apparently there. A lot of people complain of being disturbed by this one or some other dead prostitute or something, because this city is like built on the money of miners and whores. And but so that was the one story. And then the other story he told me was that he used to live in this old mining camp, and in these, like, there were these cabins that he said they were lined up like army barracks, but they were all different cabins for all the different people that lived and worked in the mines. And he lived in this cabin that had been owned, or the people that lived there before were the camp cook and his wife. And so as the story goes, the reason why, and he said the whole place was haunted, like the house that he lived in was haunted, nothing ever worked, things would turn on when they were supposed, all those typical like poltergeist things, he said. And what the story was that the wife walked off into the snow and disappeared and never was found, right? Like she disappeared, like no one knows why she even walked off. None of it made sense, but she walks off in the middle of the night and in the snow and is never seen again. So then her husband grieved, and then eventually, and then he became a drunk, and then in a drunken rage, he did the same thing, and he walked off into the night and disappeared as well. And then he said that those two people like haunted that cabin that he lived in. So those are the only ghost stories I've heard. There's supposed to be a bunch here. Like this place we're walking through right now is the old Chinatown. There used to be a Chinatown here. At one point, the Chinatown here was the second largest in the whole state. Only San Francisco had a bigger Chinatown because there's just a lot of Chinese people that came here to work in the mines. So there's like a whole area. They even have a segregated cemetery that I haven't been to yet, but it's supposed to be haunted. The Chinese cemetery is supposed to be haunted. I haven't been there yet.
Horny the ghost in the chat just asked you if there's an old cemetery there, so I guess that answers that question. There would have to be an old cemetery in a town that's from the 1850s. I mean,
yeah, there's multiple old. There's a couple. I think there's 3 different ones. There's one that I heard. My neighbor said there's one that has some dates going into the 1700s that go back to the original. 1700s, the original 4 families that founded in the valley. and it's kind of interesting. Like I'm learning a little bit of history as I go. I'm not really like force feeding myself, like trying to look shit up on the internet or watch videos or even go to the museum or anything. I'm just kind of letting it all, reading signs and meeting people and hearing stories and everything. But so this place was settled by these pioneers early on, like
I
these
wouldn't think anyone in the
pioneer
1700s would.
families. Yeah, there were very few people. Like, how did they get out here and everything, right? Who were they?
I figure they in the 1700s maybe Spanish explorers. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm
Like
not sure. I guess I'll find out and I'll see.
the like Zorro. What is that? That took place in California. What in the 1830s?
Zorro? I feel like it
Yeah.
was, yeah, probably. Well, that's what my neighbor was telling me. I was, because I asked my neighbor about the history, and I was asking him, I was like, well, what about, how could this be the oldest hotel? And like, how could this be the second oldest Chinatown? And how could this be like the third richest county in the whole state at one point? And he said, because LA was all pueblos. He said it was all Spanish run at that time. It wasn't even
Yeah.
necessarily the same as the state of California at that point. He said LA wasn't even built up yet, which made
Yeah.
sense. I was like, oh shit, that makes sense. That explains why everything is here. Like I was telling you, that's why the library was built by the Carnegie Foundation and why there's that giant theater and that giant bank. It's like this place was set up like a mini San Francisco, is basically what it was set up like. A miniature San Francisco in the mountains. There's dance, there's theater, there's opera. There was all kinds of stuff here in the old days that people came from miles around just to come here to. There used to be legal gambling here, so there was casinos and there was brothels. Everything was legal. It was the Wild West. So this was a wild place.
That's wild. It's cool.
Anyway, there wasn't much down there. I mean, other than the it's too early to see all the drunk people at the bars in their costumes. You know what I mean? It's
Oh,
not.
yeah.
People don't start going to the bar until like 10 o'clock here.
What time is it there now? I don't even know what time it is here.
It's 6:20.
Okay.
People are just getting home from work. People aren't even in their costumes yet.
Right.
But yeah, that's what's up. But I mean, if we had stayed down there, hung out down there, which I don't really feel like doing, maybe we would have seen more people. We
No,
might
that's
come
okay.
across kids. We might come across some kids on the walk up the street.
It's just, later it's going to be hard for StreamYard to even make anything out. But while you've got light, it's interesting.
It's so dark here. This walk home that I take from downtown back home, it's completely pitch black, dude. Look, there's no lights down these streets.
Well, and we're about to let's see, we're about to go back. So it'll be darker soon, in just a few days. How often does that theater play movies?
Say that again. What?
How often does the theater play movies?
Every night. They have like regular showings. They've got all the newest movies are there.
Is it a
Like I don't
single
know how
screen
often.
theater?
Like they have like Saturday matinees. They have Wednesday night $5 movies, and the rest of the week they probably they probably have a showing at 7 or a showing at 9 or both. I don't know. I haven't gone yet. I just
Is it a
imagine that's
single?
probably what it
Is
is.
it have they broken up that theater into a bunch of screens, or is it still a single screen theater?
I haven't been in there yet, but I'm pretty sure it's still a single screen theater.
Oh,
They only
good.
show like one showing. I think it's only one movie at a time, it seems like. But I haven't been in there and checked it out yet. My son tells me it's great. I just haven't gone yet. like the Wednesday night movies that are $5, they're you vote on them. So you like go on the website of the theater and you can vote on what movies they're going to play. Like last night, the $5 movie at 8 o'clock last night was Practical Magic, which I think is some sort of a witch movie with like Deborah Winger or Julia Roberts or something. I've never seen it, but that kind of gives you an idea about what the demographics are. The movie the Wednesday before that was Miss Congeniality. So it's kind of like all the movies that are at the Target DVD bargain bin or like on the TNT Sunday matinee. Those are the movies that the ladies vote for. See, a couple weeks ago, they had an all-day Saturday Harry Potter festival that was crazy to me. I thought that's wild. They showed like $5 and you could watch 3 Harry Potter movies in a row on like a Saturday afternoon. It's kind of cool. This house is for sale. And then I guess there's like this town has some odd traditions, but I think it's Sunday matinee. So I guess that there's a tradition in this town for there to be Sunday matinee opera and theater. Like the Nutcracker will be on a Sunday matinee, I think. And then they show all these they have all kinds of, like there's like a cellist from China coming next week and shit like that. I'm not joking. That's what's happening here. And so they'll do it's like they do it like on a Sunday afternoon, and it's like a thing. People get really dressed up for it, obviously.
I wish they would play some really old classic films or a silent movie with an actual, organ accompaniment or something. That would
I
be
feel
neat.
the exact same way. I wish I wish someone would come into the scene that's a part of this group of power brokers that are in control of all the things that go on here, because this is a real creative, artsy type place. And apparently, there's some people that are controlling all the chess pieces. But it would be neat if they would do something like that with that theater, just like what you're talking about. If they would show classic stuff and do it in a classic way.
Last Frontier says in 1988, I was renting an old house in central Massachusetts. It was built around 1810. It's told that the house was haunted by the ghost of a young woman who was murdered and her body was hung up, and then
Thank
he
you.
doesn't, and then it says any weed dispensary. And my wife says Practical Magic stars Nicole Kidman and Sandra Bullock
Oh,
as
thank
witch
you.
sisters.
Isn't that interesting? Because the first woman I met in this town claimed to be a witch. And I met another really aggressive woman just yesterday as well. It's kind of interesting. There's a weird kind of aggressive power dynamic here. The numbers are skewed in my favor.
No, Mr. Ghost, I was never that way. Nothing against people that are, but no, I've never been a smoker or anything. Actually, I smoked 2 or maybe 3 cigars in my life because I saw Clint Eastwood doing it in the spaghetti westerns and it looked so cool. But I've never really been a smoker. I've never been anything. Also,
Rain
I
is falling.
guess I would assume that Mr. Ghost is an imbiber of that substance. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Oh boy. So let's see who's in all right. You still got the headrest in front of you.
Yeah.
What's going on, man? How you doing, Chip Creek Napalm? Good to see you, bud.
Yeah.
Good to see
Yeah.
you.
Kevin was here, but his phone probably died, is my guess. Um,
Mar, you take that walk every day?
Yeah. Every day, every morning, sometimes twice a day. Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
well, you got to get a dog and then so that it's healthy to have a dog, I think.
But yeah, I've been walking daily for a couple of years. When I used to live at the beach, I used to do the same thing. And so now I've just kind of adjusted it. Now I discovered this little town that I moved to, and it turns out there's kind of a cool enough, scenic enough walk that I can do it every day and not get bored and go different routes. I'm still learning the town. I'm discovering new streets, wilder, more badass houses, like sky and pads up here. Like it's kind of weird. Like this, there's hidden places that you wouldn't expect here. It's kind of a trip
Is
as far
there
as like mountains go and stuff.
is there much on YouTube? People exploring the town and videos on online.
I haven't watched. I haven't looked. What happened was is sometimes when you know how sometimes when you get onto something that you think is cool, right? And you're interested in it, and you want to learn about it at your own pace, and then I looked up that Holbrook Hotel just on YouTube search, and over
Yeah,
100 videos came up, and I didn't want to watch any of them because they were all these people looking for ectoplasm, ghost hunters with
yeah,
like night vision attachments. And I was like, I just want to learn at my own pace. I don't want to like be force fed for a half hour at a time by these people that don't live here. I want to learn from the people that live here and find out about the whole thing. And I intend
yeah,
I'm not leaving. I intend to stay here for the duration. And so I'm like making this my new home.
yeah.
The whole place is supposedly haunted. Like there's a bunch of stories.
Oh, he's finishing a story. Let's see. Hold on. So, the house was haunted by the ghost of a young woman who was murdered, and her body was hung up. And then we've got, and oh my gosh, and bled out and gutted like a deer. One day I was cleaning out a small closet in the attic, and I guess there's a new chapter coming soon. As soon as he types it. Oh my gosh.
Got a cliffhanger.
Yeah. Yeah, I was hoping people would call in and tell ghost stories, call in, pop in, whatever, but that may not happen. Maybe the Super Bowl's on tonight. I don't know. Or the US Cup or whatever, World Cup, whatever. Ugh. Or maybe it's some wrestling pay-per-view special tonight. Anyway,
No,
so
on Halloween, I usually watch monster movies. I usually, if I'm not doing something like this, if you weren't doing this, I would be watching like Universal horror movies at my own pace, at my own pick, or I would be randomly watching something that I had never seen before that was horror oriented.
yeah,
This Kevin.
maybe, but yeah, yeah. They used to have. I remember MTV used to have Elvira host specials, and they'd play videos of. Okay, what are we looking at? I think that's a rug we're looking at.
I think that's a He-Man sticker or something, isn't it?
Is it? I don't
From what is
know.
that?
That would
Castle
make sense.
Grayskull? The Castle Grayskull dungeon, I think.
Oh, what was it? I missed when AMC used to have Monster Fest and TNT. Yeah.
Yeah, true. I like that too. Sometimes on YouTube, like they'll be showing. I'm sure someone has a stream of Mystery Science Theater 3000. It's probably been going on all day, and maybe some other horror stuff.
Yeah, I bet that MeTV has
Maybe shout.
Svengoolie and all that. Um, shoot. I'm just
I was
waiting for
watching
Tucker
earlier. I
Carlson
watched
to
the
come on.
beginning.
Yeah.
I watched the beginning of Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things. You know that movie?
Yeah. Yeah,
You
I
know that movie?
have the DVD sitting right over here. Yeah.
1973, maybe? I remember that one.
72,
Or I haven't
73,
seen it.
somewhere in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's you always say that, when Thanksgiving, Christmas, you're over with your relatives and they're all enjoying a Christmas story. Well, have you ever seen these other fine films by the same director? And you pull out Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things and Porky's, and there was another one. I don't know. It's it's really funny that that director's filmography is so diverse. Uh, uh, so, what is going on there, Kevin? um, okay. Oh, there's more to the story. Let's see. Where were we at last when we last let out and gutted like a deer? One day I was cleaning out a small closet in the attic. The back wall's horsehair plaster was coming off, and I discovered a slatted wall, and there was a small room behind. My goodness. And then Horny the ghost says, I spit on your grave equals good family film. Yeah, I never I what I find what I like about that movie is just the title. But I it's not a movie I enjoy or would recommend, but it's just one of those, it's just a great title for a movie. Uh Along with the William Shatner movie called I Hate Your Guts. That's a great title too. It has a great movie poster. I Hate Your Guts. I think it was also released with not a title that wasn't as sensationalistic. Um, Frogs,
Yep.
yeah, Frogs is good. You got a Frogs poster right up
Yep.
behind
Right
your
back
shoulder
there.
there.
It's
You know
I
nature
was gonna say, do
attacks.
you remember when they would have like a triple feature at the drive-in or just at a regular theater, but often you'd see the ads in the paper and it would be these like three or two sensationalistic titles as a double feature, like Eaten Alive and I Eat,
Yeah. Well, there was a double feature of
or
I
even like
Drank Your.
Frogs and the Day of the Animals and
Mhm.
the that other great one, the H.G. Wells one.
Yeah. Um,
Get out of my room, you big
Food of
the
the
one where
Gods.
the chicken, yeah, food of the gods, yeah.
Yeah. Well, there would also be these
Chicken food
blood
of the gods.
fests, and they would have, there would be the Herschel Gordon Lewis ones that have blood in the title, and then all these other. A lot of times it'd be movies, European movies or whatever. Then they would change the title, and so you'd go to the drive-in and see the same movie multiple times with the same title. They'd trick you, and I'm trying to think. Yeah, Blood Freak is a great one. Have you seen Blood Freak, either of you?
No.
I don't know. Yeah.
It
I don't know
starts
if I
this.
have.
There's this guy kind of looks like he's got this 1950s pompadour, and he's just real big bodybuilder, and he's comes to town, and it's like some Christian show you'd watch on Sunday morning about a guy, and they're talking about Jesus, and it's very sincere. And then all of a sudden, he smokes some marijuana, and he turns into a giant turkey that eats people, and it's like what the heck is? It's a Christian gore film. It turns out, and it's called Blood Freak.
What
I
year is
highly
this?
recommend that. Um,
Any idea what circa year this is?
Yeah, Blood Freak. I would guess it was early 70s, but it
Oh,
could
really?
be. Um, yeah, I mean, I could here. Oh, I
I'll
can
have to look
check.
that up.
I'll check it out here. Whoop, that's not how I do it. Uh, can you hear me?
I can. Yep.
Yeah, it's from 1972, and it says just back from Vietnam. Herschel, played by Steve Hawks, is at loose ends until one day he stops to help beautiful Bible quoting Angel, played by Heather Hughes, fix her car. She takes him home where her scapegrace sister, what does scapegrace mean? I've never heard that word in my life. Where her scapegrace sister Anne, Dana Cullivan, immediately plies him with drugs in order to seduce him. Instantly addicted, he needs money for his habit and takes a job at a turkey farm where he's instructed to eat some experimental lab grown turkeys. He does and undergoes a hideous transformation.
This sounds
Nin-
amazing.
1972. I don't know if it would be on Tubi. Someone writing a review says, I simply love Blood Freak and never get tired of it. I even dig the 70s styling and funky soundtrack.
I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall in a room where they were pitching that story.
Yeah, it's insane.
Makes a lot of turns, yeah.
I think it's filmed in Pittsburgh. Um, yeah, it's a fun movie. That's my favorite Thanksgiving movie. I showed it to Cleo. She wasn't that impressed, but I don't know. I think I've got it on disc. It might have come out through something weird video. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. What are people saying here? Gratu, good Texas drive-in movie called Drive-In from 1976. Yes, that movie. Yeah, it has a great theme song by the Statler Brothers. Last Frontier Comics. There was. Oh, wait. That's more of the story. Okay, so the back wall's horsehair plaster was coming off, and I discovered a slatted wall, and there was a small room behind. There was a big makeshift hook on the rafter and a wooden sink like box with a drain hole at the bottom. And under the. And then Gotham says, my phone is toast. So he's having trouble getting back on. Uh, Last Frontier. It's like a movie serial where you have to wait till next week. You get the
Yep.
next paragraph. So yeah, I don't know, man. Oh, he's quick now. And under the drain hole on the floor was what would appear to be a round outline of a bucket. Hmm, interesting. Um, so yeah, let me go see if I could find Blood Freak.
You remember these?
Uh, yes, I do.
What the
We were
name
just
was.
talking about that company. What was it?
Yeah, that
Imagineering or something?
Imagineering, yes.
we were just
Uh,
talking
I,
about it.
I love the
yeah,
artwork. I mean, look at that kid's
yeah.
face. It's amazing.
Let me make you bigger here.
Oh,
Yeah,
there it
those
is.
that's the stuff I would actually keep on the card. Obviously, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
the artwork on this is amazing. I got a couple of these things. I got this too. This one's not as good art, but the kid is great.
No, that's great art.
Look at that kid.
The
Well,
face.
those are how expensive were those to get?
These I think I got on eBay a few, maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
Huh?
This has got a notch, I guess, so that was a little
That's
cheaper.
where the
But
price tag was
yeah,
was on there. Yeah, I think. What
this one
what do
has
you think you paid for them? Was it a lot or not much?
no, probably maybe $6 to $8.
Oh, that's good.
This one's great. It has instructions, but it's just basically a rectangle piece of fur. They tell you how to cut it, how to fluff it, and how to wear it.
Yeah.
And there's all the things you can do. You can do a mustache. A Van Dyke beard. Hopefully I can say that on here. Oop. I
Oh,
don't know what the rest
hold on,
of
let
that
me get
is.
you bigger again. Yeah,
Oh,
that's neat.
Oh, that's
you can
cool.
do sideburns, eyebrows.
Zapata mustache.
The Ghost
That's
has what
great.
year are those? They're early to mid 70s.
Yeah, let me see if there's a date on there. 1972. I don't know if you can see that. You see it
Yeah.
here?
Yeah.
There it is.
Okay, so we got more of the story. Drain hole on the floor was what would appear to be a round outline of a bucket and staining around the outline. True story. I never saw a ghost, though my wife at the time claimed to have seen the ghost. And then Steve says, got a Halloween joke for you. Why did the ghost go to the bar? To get sheet faced. Oh my gosh. And that's great. That's a good one, man. That's a good one. Right. Let's I'm down here looking to see if I can find a copy of Blood Feast here. Blood Freak. Um, in the video store section of the Hotel Orloff. Here's a copy of Terror Tales. They use they steal the covers basically from Eerie Publications to sell a double feature of movies that are unwatchable: The Vampire and Death Kiss. And they have amazing packaging with the moon monster and everything. It's just the movies are beyond bad. Like, I don't know, made in Singapore or something. I mean, it's. I mean, you wouldn't really. It's hard to explain how bad they are. It's because you wouldn't believe that they were that bad to have packaging like this. But that's why they have packaging like this. And these were sold at Best Buy. They
Wow.
were sold, yeah, back in the old days when. And there was a whole bunch of them. You know, they advertised them here on the back. You know, they just stole the front covers of the magazines. I guess this stuff is in public domain, obviously. So anyway, this one has Ghost Ninja and Primitives as the double feature. Okay, well, let's see. Here's um here's a double feature of Bloodsuckers and Bloodthirst
Yes.
from Something Weird Video. So I was alphabetizing these several months ago live on the shows, and now it pays off. Bloody Pit of Horror. The
Yeah,
guy,
that's
the executioner of the Red Hood. That's Jane Mansfield's husband, Mickey Hargitay,
right.
who was a bodybuilder.
The
There was a
Crimson
movie
Executioner.
about Jane Mansfield where Lonnie Anderson, I think it was Lonnie Anderson, played her, and Arnold Schwarzenegger played Mickey Hargitay. Yeah, Mickey Hargitay. So
Never heard. Who's Arnold Schwarzenegger? I never heard of him. He's dead
yeah,
too.
oh yeah. After the other day, swine.
You remember when he said "fuck your freedom"? Remember when
Yeah, I
at the
remember that.
beginning of
Yeah,
COVID?
for the
I'll
people that
never
didn't
forget
get
that.
that thing, we're not supposed to mention.
Yeah, I'll never
Here's the
forget.
Gorgor girls. Okay, man, where's Blood Freak? That's what we're looking for here. Okay, maybe it's not over here. Um, man, oh shit. This is probably cheap on eBay. It's called the Extra Weird It's the Something Weird. It's the Extra Weird Sampler. This is a disc you should get because it has all these movie trailers,
Oh wow.
and it's basically trailers for. Trust you could probably get this for $6. They used to sell this for nothing.
I have a copy of that. It's good.
Yeah, this is a great movie, The Horror of Party Beach,
Right.
and The Curse of the Living Corpse is the movie that it was originally double dulled with. And why is a John Wayne movie here? This makes no sense. Okay, that goes over here. That's in the wrong spot. Um, that was strange.
That's the
Uh,
ghost.
yeah, really. Um, okay. This is a movie that you should watch. Equinox. Do you
No, I
guys
love
know
that.
this movie?
I do.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Yep.
love
Okay.
him.
It was a movie. They started it. They filmed it in 1966, and I guess didn't finish it. And then I think they finished it in 1972. The actors, their hair is completely different. They're obviously years older. Herb Tarlick, the sales manager of WKRP in Cincinnati, is in it, and um, it's
The Criterion put that out.
yeah.
Yep.
Criterion put it out.
Yep.
Yes, it's got really great stop motion animation in it,
It
and
does.
this is what Evil Dead is based on. It's basically this movie here,
Remember
and
the park ranger? I love that park
the-
ranger. His name is
yeah,
Asmodeus.
right.
His name is Asmodeus.
Yeah, the park ranger is played by a famous science fiction writer, Fritz Lieber, and
I didn't
yeah,
know
he's on
Fritz Lieber. I
horseback,
didn't know that.
and it's like my name's Asmodeus. Yeah, that made us laugh so hard when I was in college watching that on VHS. That was yeah, damn. Yeah, I was about to mention that guy. Yeah. Okay, so maybe Blood Freak is over here. Blackula.
There it is. I see it.
Oh yes, Blood Freak.
Wait.
Okay, this is Blood Freak.
That's a great cover.
And only the blood of drug addicts can satisfy its thirst.
Nice.
That's the monster.
Cannot believe I've never heard of this. I have to get this today.
Yes, I would order it, immediately from Amazon.
No squeaky tick.
The world's only turkey monster anti-drug pro-Jesus gore film.
Pro
And it
Jesus.
says, for those who think they've seen everything comes Blood Freak, a rampaging turkey monster on a marijuana high. Finding himself sandwiched between Bible-thumping good girl Angel and her bad girl sister Anne, a muscle-bound biker named Herschel, Steve Hawke, star of two obscure Tarzan films, that makes sense. He kind of looks like someone to play Tarzan, but he has this like a southern trucker accent. Falls under Anne's seductive spell when she offers him some weed, quickly becoming a writhing spastic addict. I have a feeling I'm hooked. The big galoot then gets a job at a turkey farm where he's fed meat treated with. I see. I'm just breathing the plot for you, but yes, trust me, it's a good movie to get. Um, Here's a double feature of blood movies: Bloodbath. Well, this other one doesn't have a blood title. It's the hold on, shit. The witch who came from the sea. Set this down. My goodness.
I
Uh,
walked by a bookstore a couple days ago. So a couple days ago, so I'm doing these walks every day like I always have, but I don't film every day. I don't always film. Sometimes it doesn't feel right or whatever, and then sometimes I regret not filming, but then I'll be like, oh, I'll catch it another day or something. But I found this bookshop a couple days ago that the display window, every single book, dude, I got to go back and film it and show it. Every book is some sort of witch's handbook or some sort of
oh
Satanist
boy.
manual. It's wild. It's
It's
right
a
there on
witch
that left
shop,
hand
yeah.
right. There's tons of weird little shops. I haven't even gotten into filming them yet. I mean, there's so many. It's kind of weird. But
If
we're
you
gonna
don't
check.
get Bloody Pit of Horror from something weird, you can
Oh,
get
look at
it
that.
from this
That
is
cover's
probably Alpha Video. 'Cause I haven't even it's still in the shrink wrap, $3.99. They remember Alpha Video, they would sell those really cheap discs. Back in the days when people actually bought movies, um, they don't want us to own anything. They want us to own nothing and be happy. The World Economic Forum. You can fight against the World Economic. Oh, Oh man, Chip Creek Napalm. You gotta. This you're not gonna believe. You're gonna think I'm insane. You got to get this movie. The TV series is based on.
Were you guys talking about this? Courtship of
I
Eddie's father?
I've talked about it before, but not with Chip Creek Napalm. There's a scene where it's Ron Howard, right? Isn't it Ron Howard, his little kid? Yeah, in this.
Yeah, I think it's Ron Howard.
Yeah, man.
And
It's and Ronnie Howard. He's like billed last because he was. Yeah, this is
who
probably.
plays Mrs. Livingston? Isn't it the same actress from like Flower Drum Song or something like that?
Well, it's got Stella Stevens in it, as I recall.
Oh, I thought it was.
Glenn Ford takes Ron Howard, who's there,
I
into
think it's a
a
children's
video,
show.
not a video arcade, because this is 19, the hell, probably 61. I don't know. It's before video exists. They go into a real arcade, and Stella Stevens is in there, and he starts talking to her. Whatever. It's you see a real arcade in color CinemaScope from the turn of the 50s into the 60s. With
I
the
wonder
shooting
what
games and everything. It's a
could be that
very
So,
it
real
could have
nice time
been.
capsule.
yeah.
It
You
could
Yeah.
got
be
it.
the
Yeah, I mean,
pier.
it's not that that's the only reason to get the movie. It's a good movie. But since you're into arcades, yeah, get this movie,
It could
and
have
all
been
that.
filmed at Santa Monica. Could have been filmed at the pier. Think about what was available. I'm sure chances are it was made in L.A.
Yeah, it seems like it was kind of a beatniky place and everything. There's some beatniks hanging around in there, something like that.
I'll be salivating when I look at that.
Yeah, it could be
Yeah,
POP.
I get nervous because I've been hearing about these Warner Brothers discs, some of them having problems. But I get scared, but I haven't put that in the deck in years. I mean, that they develop problems. No, Drew, don't go over there, man. No, no, Drew, no. Drew's going towards the kitty litter boxes down here, and like he's like, "Hey, it's buffet time." Sorry, that's not good. You don't want a
My
dog
dear,
licking you when he's been eating cat. She has been eating cat turds.
my dogs love the deer turds. I have a lot of deer where I live, and they eat that like Tootsie Rolls.
Oh yeah, you said you're in a rural area.
Yeah, it's very
Yeah,
rural.
yeah. There's Drew. No, no, that is not for you, man. Here, come up. I got some food from Burt Ward upstairs, man. It's much better than turds, believe it or not. I'm gonna put that review on online for Burt Ward. Better than cat turds. Okay, well, so I found Blood Freak. Drew, where are you? Oh, there you are. Okay, amazing. Blood Freak, Courtship of Eddie's father. Those would make a great double feature. Let's see. Last Frontier. Just saw a movie, Space Milkshake, on YouTube. Not bad, very campy. I have never heard of that movie. Space Milkshake. God damn, what were the two books that I asked you to hold for me last Frontier? It was Jet Aces and a Charlton space comic. Maybe I could get those from you and pay you for those since I just got paid. Okay, maybe the Tucker Carlson thing has started. Let me get this off of just me. What the hell am I doing? Um, well, we got a ghost story from Last Frontier. Meyer told a ghost story. Um, I don't feel comfortable telling Captain Strangelife's ghost story because he was really scared by it when he stayed at our house for like a week. He told the story on a live stream not long ago, but I feel weird telling his story. So but he apparently saw what he thought was something. But anyway, up in the room that's now filled with comic books. Oh, look, Alex Jones is selling shirts that say "Not garbage, just a patriot." Look at that. He did not. That didn't take him long. I guess all you have to do is make the design and send it to the T-shirt company, and then they print them on design on demand. So you could get a shirt out within 12 to 24 hours after someone insults you, I guess.
And that's just plain text. There's no graphic really. So
Right. So why the hell am I not doing that? I could be making money with shirts. There's so many.
I was hoping people would want more of that shirt that I made. If I got an order of 10 or 20, I would have made a whole bunch up. But maybe I'll show
Remind
it
me.
again next time. Remember the shirt? I used like an EC Comics motif, and I
Oh, of
drew.
course. Yeah, the
Remember
Hotel
that?
Orloff shirt.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, what is it? The original design is, I thought that was just a one of a kind thing that you'd like printed or something.
I saved the artwork on a computer. I mean, it wouldn't be hard to upload it again.
Did you like take it to, yeah, I really appreciate that. I'm starting to make the connections because I'm making the connection. Okay. All right. Because my mind doesn't work. Okay. So that's cool. So it's the same guy that made the shirt that I sold the painting to. It's
Yes.
just somehow I didn't, the synapses weren't connecting. Well, that's great. So you're like an old time friend of the channel and we're just meeting you. That's so weird. I wish you'd
No,
appeared a long time ago.
your channel's a special channel. You share a lot of your experiences and your information and your journey through life. It's a good
Yeah,
thing you do.
that's what the crypt keeper of Castle Hills was telling me last Saturday. It really was flattering because yeah, I figure that if you have to have a connection with what you're showing, if you're going to be one of these channels that just shows a lot of stuff, and you've got to have a real passion for it. If you just show a bunch of stuff you've accumulated from clicking on boxes on mycomicshop.com, and you don't really, you just think, oh, it's cool looking, it's just like, whoa, hold on, you guys are falling right over. You guys know the Fire Sign Theater comedy group from the 60s?
Yes.
Okay. So sometimes in my mind, I think these these little catchphrases, it's like from Nick Danger. It's like, she's no fun. She fell right over. And it's like, I'm thinking that when my camera falls over, you
I
guys are no
know.
fun. You fell right
Bend around
over.
her head.
And I don't know how many people understand that reference,
Why,
but
that's just a 2-bit ring from a crackerback jocks.
right. Yeah. Obviously, you get it. Um, I was thinking about that. Some of that stuff I didn't really get it at the time, and then over the years, you make the connection. There's this. There's one side. I think it's on. I don't know what record that is. Maybe it's Everything You Know Is Wrong. You're listening to an old time movie being played on like the 3 o'clock movie, in the afternoon, and
Right.
it's like an old Andy Hardy kind of movie.
Right.
But it's also kind of based on the radio show Henry Aldrich, and then and it's also based on the Archie comics. And then you make that connection in your head, okay, Archie comics started in 1941, but those Andy Hardy movies were already out in theaters for several years. And these people that collect golden age comics, they just collect one thing and they don't know the movies and the radio and everything else that was out at the time. And then you realize, well, Archie comics, that was really kind of an imitation of the Andy Hardy movies, and a little bit of Henry Aldrich mixed in, and the Aldrich family. And Henry Aldrich was the teenager, and then you realize, oh, that's where all of that kind of came together and morphed into this Archie is the only thing that's remembered today, except I don't even know if the average person remembers Archie anymore, really. Okay, so this was InfoWars from what was yesterday, 30th. And then Trump rally. Because there'll never be another time like this. There's never going to be a time where Trump's going to be doing 3 rallies a day again. We only have 5 more days of this, so I'm preserving it all like a mental patient. Trump rally, this was tonight, so that's October 31st, 2024. Once he's elected, we'll just see press conferences and stuff, and
Right.
he'll still probably do a rally from time to time. But this is the what was the song Anticipation? These are the good old days. Someday I'll be looking back on this. These will be the good old days, man. I don't know. Maybe not. Watch him come in and say, "I tricked you. I was the Antichrist all along." No, I don't think so. I think he's sent from heaven up above. Let's see here. We got it. Let's see what Tucker Carlson's doing. Tucker Carlson's a trip, man. He's great, so articulate. His laugh is so unnervingly weird. And then he's a deadhead, and it's like you just try to. Okay, I'm trying to picture Tucker Carlson at a Grateful Dead show. It's just like, and that laugh is just insane. But he's one of the most intelligent and witty and well-spoken people. But he seems a little crazy too. But maybe that's all geniuses are somewhat crazy too. I like Tucker Carlson. Okay, anyway. Drew, you took my spot, man. Can I sit with you here? Can I sit here? Man, that's rude, man. You motherfucker. Cocksucker. Let's see, what do we got here? Oh, Gotham's back. Okay. Hello, Kevin. He's still in the store. Let's see. What the fuck? What the pardon my language. Okay, it's 7 o'clock. He's been closed for maybe he's at home. He's been closed for an hour. Where are my glasses? Here we Okay. Yeah, well, anyway, so that's fantastic.
Can you hear me?
Yes. What's up? You still at the store? Yeah. Let's see. What am I looking for? Right side broadcast. Okay. Tucker Carlson. Oh, someone's doing a comedy routine saying, okay. Okay. So it's a Trump rally in Glendale, Arizona. How far is Glendale from you, Kevin? I don't think he can hear us. 5 minutes away. 5 miles away. 5 meters away from my store. Um. Anyway, Trump's right in your. Yes. He's real close to you right now, and apparently Tucker Carlson. You need to get them into your store, man. Say, I got tons of garbage. There, you got it. He's got issue 2. I told him to buy it at the store. That's the that's the great stuff. Oh yeah, you got some good stuff at that convention. That's a pretty good painting, I guess. That's very recent because it's got all the
It's got
current
Cam on
players
it.
on it.
There she is. There's Cam.
Oh yeah, that they really captured him there.
Yeah, Coach.
That's pretty good, man. Is that thing still for sale? I mean, is that you still have copies of that, or you just have the single copy? That's a pretty good that's a pretty good painting actually. But oh, see, they drew the little hands. Boy.
Yeah, I don't like when they disrespect President Trump.
Oh, my wife is asking how much would those shirts cost a piece? And then Last Frontier was saying, I was thinking the same thing about Andy Hardy and Archie just today. Must be on the same wavelength. Isn't that something? That's cool. Yeah. It's like a hive mind, man. Um, I was thinking about that this morning when I was in the shower. I was thinking, um, and then this old friend of mine. He started to you know he started to get into Aleister Crowley and all this weird stuff, and he started to take psychedelics, and it's like, oh my gosh, what happened to my old friend? Not that but he decided that he was going to join some religion called Moorish science, and and uh, and I said, oh, that must be something hippies got into in the late 60s, because I remember Porgy Tire Biter, who was the Archie kind of character, Andy Hardy character in that comic, that Fireside Theater parody movie called High School Madness. He went to Moore Science High, and then my friend was getting into Moorish science, and I said, that's what that pun was about. That maybe, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't get that.
I didn't. Yeah, there's no way you would. How would anyone even know Moorish science exists? It's apparently something that's vaguely Muslim, vaguely hippie, weird mixture of things. Um, oh my gosh, this airhead on the Right Side Broadcasting Network looks demonic tonight. This she used to be the host every time the Right Side Broadcasting was on. And anyway, the lighting from below makes her look kind of demonic tonight. She's just like all the cheerleaders when I was in high school. She's kind of airheaded, but she's on the right side, so I guess we'll forgive her. I mean, she's the kid, so we can't. She's kind of one of those cheerleader types. But anyway, looks a little demonic this evening. Oh, so ghosts. They're terrifying, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I don't have any other paranormal experiences. I was trying to think of some, and some like I heard you guys talking earlier about the Ouija board. Like I had a couple older sisters that claimed that they could contact and talk to spirits with the Ouija board, but I don't trust either one of them. Never have, so I think they're lying. I don't believe them. And if they weren't lying, they had them. They're both so delusional that they're like believed that it was real, but it really wasn't. You know what I mean? Like they were. I don't know. I don't think it was really happening.
I've got a story. I just realized, not something I experienced, but this old friend of mine named Ryan. Uh, I knew him since junior high school in Texas. His father, in, right near, he lived in Los Gatos, right near
Mhm.
right near the Winchester house. His dad lived
Right.
out there, and um, oh, let me tell you the story of Ryan. Ryan was in my life, he was the real life Beavis and Butthead. He and his friend, man, what was that kid's name, man? I can't even remember his name now. but there were two guys that I would go visit, you know, sometimes, and they'd be on the couch watching TV constantly every night. This guy would be over at Ryan's house watching TV, and he even laughed like those idiots, you know, in the cartoon. And and Ryan had this gigantic mane of hair. This is in the early '80s, right? And his mom would just kind of, she would come in and she would immediately pass them and go back into her bedroom and just ignore them, and they'd be drinking beer in high school and they had a sunken 1970s living room, and they'd be there watching TV. They'd always be there. So if I wanted to go see Ryan and his friend, they would always be there, you know, and they'd always, you know, be handing you beers, and they would just be these two guys laughing at whatever was on TV, Night Flight or whatever. So um, that was Ryan. Ryan was the guy that was the first adopter of all the computers, TRS 80. He knew all about that. He was the guy that told me that I should read Dark Knight Returns and Watchmen and all that. Well, then college comes along, and I think Ryan, you know, I don't think he got along that well with his mom, but he moved to live with his father in California, and his father, I think, was, I don't know what business he was in, but I think he was a millionaire. But then I think everyone's a millionaire because to live there, like, because his house was like $1 million house, but that's probably like a $100,000 house in Texas. But you know, you have to be a million because money has different value there. But anyway, he went to live with his father in Los Gatos. And I remember he sent me some stuff back from Kimona, my house, the Japanese monster superhero store or whatever, Japanese culture store. And he'd write letters back to me. And finally, a few years later, he comes back to Texas, and he comes back in a van with his good friend, and they were both scientist types. They were not, by this point, Ryan has, I remember when we went to see Gremlins in, that would be 1984. Ryan was talking to me, you know, and he'd passed his days of, this is several years past when he was Beavis and Butthead, the real life ones. And he said, you know, don't ever let anyone tell you that marijuana is not addictive. And he said it's not, it's psychologically addictive. And he had tears in his eyes, man. Ryan was, he says it's was rough to get off. But anyway, we were there watching Gremlins, but it was a preview showing. It was like they used to do this back then. They would be a new movie coming out, special showing Saturday night at 7 o'clock, and then the movie would actually come out maybe a month and a half later. You're getting to see a movie long before anyone else got to see it, long before the reviews came out in Newsweek or Siskel and Ebert. And I went to see a preview showing of Gremlins with him. I remember seeing a preview of Raiders of the Lost Ark with my mom, and she really loved it, and I loved it. And as I left, I told my mom, "This movie's gonna bomb," because I thought audiences wouldn't understand it, they wouldn't get it, they wouldn't understand that this is like the old movie serials. I was wrong, but I'm ever cynical, and I thought it can't possibly work. But anyway, Gremlins, we watched it. There was a scene. I was talking about this the other week with, I think, with the Crypt Keeper, about scenes in movies where you laugh so hard that you're just about to die. It's like, this is painful. I can't take it anymore. I'm gonna like pass out. I'm gonna like, I this pain, like that scene in Team America where their their uh, their crime fighting plane shoots out of the mouth, I think, of George Washington on Mount Rushmore. It's like the Thunderbirds. You got this Power Rangers song, like "Go Go Power Rangers," but it's like America. Fuck yeah! I laughed so hard at that. But at Gremlins, we were laughing so hard, and then I told people this movie's so great. And then when it came out, I went to see it again. It's like, you won't believe how great this. And then the scene that we laughed so hard, yeah, okay, it's kind of cute, but the scene's not funny anymore. And I realized that. we had to fill out these cards. What did you think of the movie? And I guess so many people wrote that scene in the bar was so funny when the evil gremlins take over this bar. It's like we love that. So they must have decided that scene, everyone loves it. Let's make the scene longer and add more footage into it and change the editing in it. And when they did that, it took away the humor. There were some things that happened. Some editing is so important to a movie. It's like when you edit right at this one part, it's hilarious. But if you let it, oh well, that's funny. So let's just stretch it out, and then the joke is and it's not funny anymore. But if you cut it just at that moment, it would have. It did work the way they originally cut it. I wish there was an original edit available. Gremlins. I'm not knocking the final released print, but it could have been so much better. If you remember the scene in the bar, there was some funny. It was so damn funny. And the original Star Wars, I understand the original edit of it was just boring, and then George Lucas's wife came in and cut it and turned it into something great. Um, so anyway, my point of my story. Okay, I'm still going forward towards a supernatural thing. So Gremlins. Okay, so not long after Gremlins came out, he moved all the way to California for several years, then came back. On the way back, now again, Ryan is not superstitious. He's very scientifically minded guy. And you think, well, he smoked so much pot when he was in high school it warped his mind. No, he was very he was like it was like knowing Elon Musk or something. I'm not trying to paint him as a pothead. He was a very intelligent guy. So they're coming back with all of Ryan's stuff in the back of this van to move back to Texas. And they're going across this desert and they're seeing signs that say, uh, be careful on this highway, so and so many people die each year. And they're getting close from what he said to where they did nuclear testing, apparently, at some point, maybe in the 50s. Meyer might know where this is. I don't know. But they're coming, through something. And he said it. They saw headlights coming from the other side, coming towards them. And the headlights were coming. And then when the headlights passed them, there was no truck or vehicle there. It was just two lights that went past them, and there was nothing behind the lights. It was just like Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and they both saw it, and they both they were both. It was if it was a hallucination, it was a mutual hallucination. And then they started seeing going across the highway, like there were two little booths on either side, and there were these orbs going across the highway. And he said it looked like they were alive, like they were going across the highway, kind of fighting each other. The little orbs, little balls, glowing balls going across. And he said that some of these orbs came actually through the engine of the car and came into the cab, and they like both were like pointing at the thing that was coming I don't know if he said they went through their bodies or what, but they were. Whenever I would listen to Art Bell, I would listen and they would talk about glowing orbs, and I'm thinking, I wonder if that's what Ryan saw. So anyway, he's telling me this story once he comes back to Arlington, Texas. He's sitting there with me, and he's telling me what he saw. And you think, well, maybe he's just bullshitting me. But then there was an oscillating fan in the next room because he was staying with my friend Steve. Who, he was staying there until I think he was going to become roommates with him. But he had some oscillating fan going, and it knocked over something in the other room when he was telling the story. And Ryan got up and he ran into that other room. He was ready to fight. He was scared, and he thought those orbs had followed him. So, and that you don't fake that, So I don't know about these orbs. He had some theories that might have had something to do with the nuclear explosion kicking up something from another dimension, or they might have been. I think Jim Morrison, of course, he was all whacked out on everything, but he always told that story, when because his dad was what, an admiral in the Navy, or so. He was going along some road, and he said there was this wreck by the side of the road, and this Indian family's been in a wreck, and there were all these dead bodies, and they were freaking out, and some of them came into me, and they're still there. It's like there's some recording of him telling that ghost story about how those Indian shamans came into him, and that's why he was a shaman on stage. But Ryan was thinking maybe they were Indian spirits like fighting. He didn't know, but yeah, that I remember that story of him telling me about how these little orbs about this big would just come right through the dashboard and through them and through the seat, and they were both pointing at them. And that other guy was he was some twisted scientist freak that it wouldn't. Trust me, he's not anyone that believes in the paranormal. So that's a. Um, I haven't heard from Ryan in a few years, but he's it's weird. He moved to Dallas, and I was kind of only 30 minutes away from him, but I never saw him because it seemed like an impossible distance. And now I'm 11 hours away from him. But he actually, since I moved, he moved like real close to where I was. So now, if I had still been there, I could have seen him all the time because he's just would have been just 5 minutes away. But anyway, try. Oh man, have you ever
Hey,
heard of survival research laboratories? Either of you?
I don't think so.
Okay, look up on YouTube survival research laboratories and a guy named Mark Pauline. Um, they were based out of San Francisco, and they're a bunch of crazy scientists in the 80s, maybe late 70s up through into the 90s. I don't know if Mark Pauline's still alive, but Mark Pauline was, he looked kind of like a movie star, but he was like a scientist. He had like a weird hand where he only had like this finger and this finger because he'd blown off his middle fingers. Because what they did is they built robots and giant machines that spit flames and fire and fought each other, and they would come out with giant metal skulls with chomping. They would fight each other, and it would be they would have art exhibits, and all these artsy people would come to see it, and they'd wind up getting hit by shrapnel. I don't know, I think they signed waivers. It's like it was dangerous to go to see this stuff, and the sound was ungodly and loud, and sirens, and but they would play this music from Juan Esquivel and the Three Sons, and this music that kind of at that time was starting to become popular, this bachelor pad 1950s music that's got the extreme hi-fi stereo separation that people got to test their new stereo systems back in 1958. um, who were some other Perez Prado. And they would have these cassettes that would come out and you could rent them in punk rock video stores, and it would say Survival Research Laboratories from Target Video, and you just see this nonsense. Later, they got to do some little short promo videos for MTV, and then people got to see them and the robots fighting each other in what looked like hell. And they became more famous. But Mark Pauline was the head of the whole thing. They called it SRL, and it was right there in San Francisco. One time they got a hold of I man, what was that thing? It was like what was the rocket that the Nazis created? Was it the V2 or something? They came out, they got an engine. for one of these rockets, and they were right next to some idyllic park in San Francisco, and they start testing this engine, and somebody. One of them, I guess, went out and just pretended they were videotaping in the park. And they knew that they were going to start testing that engine, and all of a sudden, this horrendous sound, like this Nazi missile starting up, the rocket roar, and everybody's running in terror. It's I don't know if that footage is on YouTube or not. I haven't thought of them in years, but Ryan, when he moved to near San Francisco, he got in with those guys and became part of the that group, and so yeah, I have some good memories of him. I just lost touch with them. A lot of friends I've lost touch with. I have friends that passed away, friends that Yeah, tonight I was trying to call Kevin at Gotham City Comics, and I accidentally pressed the wrong button because I'm half blind, and I called the older brother of my friend that passed away, man, maybe 6, 7 years ago, before the pandemic. Uh, and Yeah, that was something talking to the older brother. Though that whole family is very interesting, and um, wow. So I have all these friends that have passed away, friends that I've lost touch with, some just because I don't know, we went different directions, and then I feel like I've met new friends here, like you guys on YouTube, and and I think that's great. I just wish everybody lived closer where we could actually hang out, but this is a way to hang out. I mean, it's like that's I guess the way things are done nowadays. But and the people, the 11 people watching now, it's good to have. I think it's going to be important to have friends. I think things are going to get pretty bad over the next few months. Hopefully I'm wrong, but it'd be good to. It's just good to network with people. I haven't been paying attention to the chat at all. Let's see what people are saying. I guess my wife's asking you, Chip Creep, how much those shirts would cost a piece. Less front.
I, I think it's I'd have to see. I think obviously the more you buy, the more if
Yeah.
it's bulky, the price would come down. But if people are interested, I'll do that. I'll take that on. I'll maybe I'll show the shirt again, see who's interested, or get some
Yeah.
sizes, and we'll do something
I've,
like that.
I've got it upstairs. I'm kind of afraid to wear it because I thought it was like a one of a kind. And I think, what if it shrinks? What if it's just like the collector in me is like afraid to wear it because it's like, is this a one of a kind collector's item? It's so cool. I figure I should put it on the wall. But yeah, it's really neat. It was really neat. Last Frontier says, I was thinking the same thing about, oh, I already read that. David Clark says, Trump in a garbage truck. Let's go. Yeah. Um, yeah, that makes me think of the Cramps Garbage Man song. Do you know that, Chip? Do you know the Cramps, Chip Creep?
I know them. I was more into the Misfits though. I did.
That's how my wife is. I was more of a Cramps guy. She was more of a Misfits girl. And they say, how could you, the Misfits over the Cramps? Are you? Then she's the other way. But they have the song Garbage Man, right? And then, all this has made me think of that song. And then I liked that band in the 90s, Garbage, believe it or not. I think they were good. And I'm trying to think of, and then more recently, I discovered that there's another song called Garbage Man where there's saying, stick out your can, here comes the garbage man. And it's from the 50s, but it's very suggestive, that you're talking about, stick out your can. Uh, I think it's by I forget I don't know. It's on my music playlist for this month. Meyer was showing his playlist and how I have playlists too that if you wanted to get, everything I save to watch later, if you want to, I've got like a million playlists that are all public, I think. Gotham City says, my burner phone got burnt. David Clark, I got it. At least it didn't blow up in your, we won't talk about it. At least it didn't blow up in your pocket. Let's see. David Clark says, I got a 12 pack of Ice House right now watching Gutfield. The fuck is Gutfield? What is Gutfield?
Gutfeld. Greg Gutfeld from Fox, the comedy show on Fox.
Mm.
Oh, Gutfeld's the guy, the
He's funny.
sarcastic guy that kind of,
Yeah, Greg Gutfeld.
talks like this. Is that
Yeah, he's
not
kind of
quite
funny.
like
Yeah,
that?
he's
Yeah, I
got I
like
think
him. I
the
like him.
number
I
one
was trying to think.
comedy news show, I think.
Yeah. I've watched that for years. Yeah, okay.
He's
See,
good.
I don't understand what I'm watching here because they're
Iris.
calling it a rally here, but it's
You
apparently
want
a
to know how weird this place is? There's a comedy club here, and that guy Tyrus from Gutfeld, he's a WWE wrestler. He's
right,
a big,
right.
huge. That guy is coming here to Grass Valley in March or April or something. Isn't that
Yeah.
weird? I was like, how, it's this little town. It's so weird. Why would they draw? It's like a weird that they draw such big acts. Why would Tyrus come here? I don't know. It seems weird.
Well, maybe because it's just people know it's a lovely place,
And
and if
because it's
people
kind of
pay,
right wing, because he's got an audience here. That makes
oh
perfect
yeah,
sense.
yeah,
Because
he's
it's
not going to go to Berkeley, man. No,
no, exactly. He's not going to go
My
to
wife
Berkeley.
says it seemed like more than an hour. Always talking about Gutfeld, the punk rocker. No, well, he is actually. Yeah, Greg Gutfeld is a punk rocker. He's into punk rock. Yeah, he's talked about it.
He's our
Uh,
age. He's a funny guy. He's our age. He's maybe a little
yeah,
older.
he has a history as a punk rocker, believe it or not. My wife says, "Hey, Grotz, I need a favor. Come up here for a minute, real quick." Okay, I'm just now seeing that. Sorry. It's officially Halloween today, but it's Halloween every day in my heart. Yes, that's how we feel. Pop culture commerce.
Mhm.
I don't
I like
know. That's maybe a
that.
new viewer. Well, welcome, Pop Culture Commerce. Commerce. Greta says Trump was so funny in the garbage truck, but we found an even funnier video by Savad. Yeah, that
I
was
watched
funny.
that.
Okay, I gotta go see what is going on with
He
Cleo.
what he was most funny when he was telling the story, I guess this morning or yesterday when he was retelling it, and he was so funny when he was talking about how he had to get the adrenaline up to climb up the steps to get up into the truck, and he said the driver looked like a young Cary Grant. He said
Yeah.
shit. He said, "Holy shit, it was so high." He's just so funny. The guy is so personable. He's like
Well, what
he's just
they're
been like
trying to
he's a real person. He's a funny guy.
So they're trying to twist it around and say this shows that Donald Trump is mentally or as physically, and they say he almost fell over and he tried to open the door. He tried to reach for the handle and missed twice. So obviously he's cognitively impaired. Well,
Yes.
this is a guy that's 80 almost. And has he ever been on a garbage truck before? I would not know how to open the garbage truck door.
No.
and and when was the last time he drove? I mean, I guarantee you, it's been a long
Oh,
time since he
dude.
got behind
And
the
he
wheel.
comes out with the line about he left the vest on because his people told him it made him look thinner. That was hilarious. That was so
Yeah,
funny, dude.
yeah, and they're
It was
saying he's
very
back to being
endearing.
orange again. And he did look a little darker yesterday, but it's like, I don't care if that. Well, what
Everything that they hate about him is what we love about him.
exactly? They have no sense of humor, and that's the most dangerous person in the world. That all my life, all my problems have come from people with no sense of humor. Um, right along to here on YouTube, people with no sense of humor that don't get jokes, that just I'm offended. Well, too, and anyway, well, it doesn't matter. I will return. I got to see what my wife needs. Uh, I'll turn this on for you. But it's weird. It's not like it's okay. So basically, it's a live show that they're filming with two. They've got the two seats ready where Tucker Carlson's going to interview Trump on stage, and I guess this was live. It may still be going on, but what I'm watching is maybe 30 minutes in the past because I rewound. It says 9:35 Eastern time. I may be an hour behind. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Do you have any good Jersey Devil stories, Chip Creek? Like any Pine Barrens stories?
Oh no, I do. There was a magazine called Weird New Jersey. Have you ever heard of that?
No, uh-uh.
So I think it was a monthly publication. Maybe it still comes out, but they would it's a magazine dedicated to New Jersey and all the you know, strange phenomena that's reported in the state. For a small state, there's a lot of stories, and every month they would feature either a house or a road or a tree or something to that effect. I do have a couple of them, but no, not personally. No stories like that. It's not for lack of looking. I used to, I'd go to the roads where they said, something was supposed to have happened, or an area where, again, something was believed to have occur. But if there was anything, it was me or my friends maybe just wanting something to happen, if that makes any sense.
Yeah,
But
that's what I mean.
nothing.
That's what I was saying about my sisters. I think that's a large part of it is that you want something to happen, right? You
I
imagine
would
something.
play. I played with tarot cards when I was younger, and again, I never really believed it, but I fooled around with it, and then the Ouija board, fooled around with that. And am I pushing it? Sometimes I was. Sometimes my friend, I'm sure, was. So again, I think there's a lot of it is suggestion. It's
My first wife used to be crazy, or she probably still is crazy, but she was one of these people that used to go get her cards read. She used to go to a psychic like once a month or something like that. Like her friends did it too. It was like a thing.
I'm always
Well,
reminded of that the Pee Wee Herman episode. The movie where he goes and she has his wallet or she finds something and she's able to, string him along with all the
Right.
stories about the bike and everything. So it's interesting.
so my wife watched two podcasts with Vance this morning, both good. One with Theo Vaughn and the other with Tim Dillon. So she hasn't seen the one with Rogan yet. Imp says Trump 2024. Pauline Dahl says Greta. I watched the Theo Vaughn podcast and Joe Rogan. Yeah, we haven't seen Joe Rogan yet, but someone's trying to come in. Oh, Kevin's trying to come back in. My wife's telling me, let the other people talk. It's like all I'm doing is inhaling all the oxygen, man. Captain Kronos for Congress says Inch. Man, Captain Kronos. I wish that series had continued.
Can you hear
Well, it
me
wasn't.
now?
Yes, we can. Sorry
I
about
was
that.
on the other
So,
phone. It wasn't working.
how far is Glendale from you exactly?
Glendale's on the west side of the valley, so it's about 20 minutes.
Oh man, you could get Trump and Tucker Carlson into your store then. Oh well. Tell them you have a store with a lot of garbage in it. Um, and I love that garbage has become our new rallying flag, man. Because I've always loved garbage trash culture. That's always been my thing. In fact, I'd kind of forgotten that. That's the magazine I used to put out was trash culture. It's like everything I love is trash. It was considered trash by parents and teachers and um,
Garbage Pail Kids is garbage.
yeah, absolutely. Oh man, yeah, it ties right into your dear love garbage pail kids, man.
I have
Yeah.
garbage candy over here.
Just think of that garbage truck that Trump painted. They could take that to hot rod shows, put it next to the Batmobile and the Monkey Mobile. That's going to become an iconic thing, like the Munster Coach. In my perfect world, it would at least. Okay, what are you showing us on your computer here?
Oh, look at this ghost pirate. We're talking about ghosts, right? Here's a ghost pirate.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
He's like a rock star pointing at the crowd. I want you to want me. That's pretty good.
I put him at the top of the dark ride here.
I still haven't watched that Dark Ride video that you're. Oh yeah, look at that. Have you seen these, Chip Creep?
No, that's amazing.
Have you seen it in operation?
No.
These are little things you can get at hobby shops, like what is it, Michael's?
Oh wow, it moves.
Yeah, look at that, man. Some
That's
people collect
great.
these things and wind up with 100 of them, and each one of them costs over $100. These are obviously wealthy CEOs and lawyers, but normal people like Kevin can get them too.
Now I was just when I had a little beam, I could shrink myself and hop into one of those little cars.
Yeah.
That's wild. Look at that.
There used to be a dark ride at Six Flags Over Texas called the Cave, and but locals called it the Spelunker Cave, and you went in it, and there were these weird creatures with these long noses that were supposed to be space aliens that were stranded in Texas, and that were mining inside this cave, and you floated through the cave on a little floating boat. But the thing about Six Flags Over Texas, the original, oh look, it's autographed. The original Six Flags park is it was built on swampland that they got cheap, and so it had that park was infested with water moccasins, and there are always stories about two lovers going through the cave. It's kind of like a tunnel of love. A dark ride like that is where you're floating through is called a tunnel of love. And there was always that urban legend that a water moccasin dropped on this couple while they were going through the cave. But then they ruined it in the 80s or 90s by replacing all the Spelunker aliens with Warner Brothers Looney Tunes characters. And it wasn't funny. And it was just because Warner Brothers had bought out the Six Flags Corporation. But now apparently they brought the Spelunkers back, but it doesn't look like it's as cool as it used to be. That's really cool. That card is great. Uh, Imp says Doyle from the Misfits is the muscular version of Lux Interior. Well, but Lux Interior was far more literate in his cultural influences, as far as I know, because I think Danzig was the main guy that knew about our culture, and I think everyone else in the Misfits were just kind of they were. I think he's the knowledgeable guy. I think, and Lux Interior grew up in the 50s with all the horror influences, from the horror hosts on TV to the pre-code horror to knowing all the old rock and roll songs. And I think Lux Interior and Danzig would be more of the two I would make equivalent. Oh, you're at home. That okay. It's hard to tell when Kevin's at home or in his store. Look at that.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Oh, is that a beanie?
It's a beanie, yeah.
I
Haven't
used to
seen it.
have a shirt. I don't know what happened to it. I used to have a Famous Monsters of Filmland shirt with the Shock Monster head, and it was a bootleg version made by the same guy that I bought this Kiss pinball machine from. And I remember that now. And you know what that guy did is he went to a convention and brought it up to Forrest J. Ackerman and asked him to sign one of his bootleg shirts, like the one he gave me. And Forrest J. Ackerman got furious and said, "This is not real." And not that it mattered to him because he didn't have any ownership of that, but I guess he still had it was important to him psychologically that this was not a genuine Famous Monsters Captain Company item, and was a fantasy piece done in the 90s by my friend. Yeah, he was not happy. He wouldn't sign it. Um, I
I've
understand
heard stories
Danzig's
like
really against signing any bootleg stuff, and he hates it.
I've heard stories about a lot of celebrities doing that. It's
Yeah,
just unfortunate if a kid buys it, maybe they don't know. That's the only thing that I would be concerned if I was a celebrity, you know?
yeah.
Have you ever seen that video? There's a video on YouTube, and I think it's a pretty famous old uh, video of Neil Young at a record store in San Francisco, probably in the early 70s. at this
That's a
record
great
store that doesn't
video.
exist anymore, but it was on Market Street. And he went in there and he found a bunch of bootleg albums of his that were there, and he just throws a real fit and he acts
That's a
like a
great
total
video. I've
asshole.
seen that video. It's a great video.
Yeah, you've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah, it's
like
great.
if you find it, Meyer, send me a link. Or Chip
Yeah,
Creep, you can
I
send me a
think it was
link. Are
called
you
Love's Records. I know right where the shop used to be, but it's of course it's a fucking it's a ghost town now. But yeah. Anyway,
yeah.
I'll
I
try and
think that
find
the
it
kid
for you.
behind the counter calls the boss, right, and has to kind of
Yeah,
like
yeah.
work his way out
Neil
of the
Young is like
situation.
he's like almost violent, right?
Yeah,
He's like
yeah.
yeah, threatening
Yeah.
some kid that works at this little record store. Yeah.
Oh boy. Chip Creep, are you on Instagram?
I believe I am. Yes, I think I
I
have to be
believe
to
you.
like things, right?
Well, yeah.
Let me
Do I follow you on Instagram, or do you have any idea if I do or not?
let me see.
You have the same name there.
I think part of it is the same.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not very good with this. Let me see.
I mean, do you follow me on there?
I must. Yes,
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then you can send me
definitely.
links there because I'm more likely to see stuff sent to me on Instagram than the email that, John. I was telling John Goris earlier. I never look at my email unless Cleo, she gets into my email too and she tells me, oh, you've got a message from John Goris. Oh, really? Cool. Oh, wow. Look at that. Yeah.
Just popped up on his ad on my computer.
Yep, there you are.
Yeah. Yeah. Because we're talking about it and the computer's listening to us at all times,
Why do you have more
listening to those
followers?
chunks.
You have
What?
more followers on Instagram than you do on YouTube, right?
Yeah, if I wish I had all the. I can't convince those people to follow me over. I don't know why it is. I don't know. I think it's a whole
Interesting.
different audience. Instagram, I
Yeah.
think, has. Well, one thing on Instagram, it's just a bunch of pictures, and younger people will like. But on YouTube, it's this old guy talking, and that's
And you
not
do
interesting.
marathon videos, so which are great.
Well, yeah, I'm just I just remember being alone and before I met Cleo and time periods where I never left the house and it just I figure yeah it's sometimes it's just might as well I could hang out with friends if they existed here. And I'm sure there'll be people I'll meet here locally, but I just haven't met them yet. But um, just just a way to hang out with people. And I don't know, maybe I could be doing something more productive like painting or something or breeding, but something. But there's
I
some
just
comedian on now. I don't
found
know
the
if he's
video.
funny or not. What's up?
I found that video. I'll send it to you in a message. It's called Neil Young Goes Record Shopping, Finds His Own Bootlegs, 1972.
Well, this must be, is it shot on film? What is it shot on?
Yeah,
Early
it's
videotape?
shot on film. It's shot
Okay.
on film,
Okay. Yeah, he
and
would
it's
have been
being
important
shot.
enough.
You'll see. I'll send it to you right now. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever seen it's early videotape, but it's like the when and remember in 7-Eleven in the 70s the type cameras they would have that would the cameras that would have trails, like if you move the camera it would have video, it would have trailing and just
Yeah.
black and white, but stark black and white, those monitor cameras. There's footage of the Cramps. Well, we're just filming. Let me come on out of that. There's a Cramps video where they play in a mental institution, and they let them the staff lets them go in and perform, and they just use one of those type cameras to film it, and it's from the 70s, and the crowd is just going crazy for the music, and it's a lot of fun. They played at the Napa Valley, I think. I don't know. I think it was Napa Valley State Home or something. That's a great video.
In Napa Valley used to be one of the only like state mental hospitals in California, and they
Imp
closed it
says,
down
"Should I come on? Been drinking since 2 p.m. Absolutely,
for
come on."
sure.
Yes, we need some new life here. Everyone's bored. We got 6 viewers. My wife says, "Hi, Pauline. I am looking forward to watching the Joe Rogan podcast with Vance. I like him now. You should totally come on, Imp." Yeah, she agrees. Well, let me put the link in our chat again. Imp is out of his mind. Let's get him on here. Uh, I wasn't really sure about last night's broadcast, how it came. I watched little bits of it, listened to it while I was showering this morning. It sounded pretty good. I was thinking I was really low energy last night and tired, and I thought maybe, and there weren't really that many people that showed up in costume. And then I realized, oh shit, we're on against the World Series last night of the World Series with the Yankees versus what is it, the Mets or something? It's like
Dodgers.
Dodgers.
Dodgers. What the Mets don't even exist anymore, do they? I don't even know
Yeah,
what the
they do.
frick I'm
They had a
talking about.
chance
Oh, they
this
do.
year. Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know, man. So, um, um,
yeah, I know
I'm sure
Dodger
that
fans.
Eric
A lot
Green
of
was
Dodger
watching
fans.
that. um,
Although I'm a big Steve Garvey fan, and Steve Garvey is running for, I forget whether it's Senate or Congress here in California against that guy, Adam Schiff. Remember that guy we hate with the head like a light bulb, Adam
yeah,
Schiff?
where does that guy come from? Who votes for
He's
him?
from California. He's like the Democratic senator from California or something. Anyway, like Steve Garvey is a Republican, and he's an ex-baseball player for the Dodgers, and that's who
So,
I
so
voted
all
for.
of California votes for
Yeah.
Adam Schiff to come in, not just some town. He's not a representative. He's a
No, he's a
senator.
state. He's a state
Oh
either
God.
senator or congressman or something.
That guy
I
is
forget.
so obviously everything that's horrible. He's like
So
just
Weasley, so slimy.
Weasley demonic. Oh yeah, anyone that would vote for him, that's beyond the pale. And his grandpa was a baseball player. LOL. Pencil neck. Yeah, my yeah, my grandfather was a baseball player, but not when they didn't make billions of dollars back then. Uh, in 1919 when he was recruited into the what was it, the Phillies he played for first, I think. He played for the Phillies, the Cubs, during the 1920s. And in 1931 he was with the Yankees for 1 year. So he was recruited out of high school.
What that must have been like. That's wild.
Yeah.
Thinking about what that must have been like.
He was a brawler. He was a mean guy. He didn't put up with shit. He knocked Casey Stengel out. So, but I know there's no talent that has come down to me. I've always been a total klutz, like, in sports.
So by the time there's no pulp left in the
Damn.
juice, there's no pulp left in the juice by the time it got to you. Your brother's got all the.
Well, my dad was pretty talented enough to get a scholarship, I think. Although I heard little talk about him gambling his way through college too, but I don't know. And his brother had some baseball talent, but I don't know.
Well, they
And,
say things skip generations. They
that's what my
say.
dad always said. Because when he'd see me throw a baseball and it was like it looked pretty good, he'd say, "Oh well, the talent probably skipped a generation." It's like, no, Dad, it didn't. Man. It's you just saw a fluke there. It's, usually, I think I had real bad hand-eye coordination. I could never figure out how someone would get themselves under how do you know where the ball's exactly going to come down and get your glove exactly there? It just never seemed to make sense to me. And maybe it's because of my nearsightedness. And how do you exactly make the ball hit that, how the bat hit that ball? It's just, And then as soon as I hit the ball, I'd just want to throw the bat because I was so nervous back in the. They'd say, throw the bat back at people. You stupid dumbass. Uh, yeah, it's not good. It's not good. And when I try to play basketball, I don't. My feet are so big. The ball would always hit my feet and bounce off. I was the total. I was a total pussy in school. I was popular until PE class started, and right about that time, I got glasses, and then John F. Kennedy's physical fitness test was brought in. That well, we're going to take this test, and it's like, oh shit, that guy's worthless, man. And we thought he was
We were
cool.
talking about that the other day or yesterday, and I
Yeah.
remember part of that at my school was the rope climb. Do you remember the rope climb? Were you able to?
Yeah,
That was
can you
really
imagine?
difficult.
I
Like a
never
lot of
could
kids
get
couldn't
I
do it.
never could get more than 6 inches up. But it's hard to believe that back then people would climb all the way to the top of
We
the gym
would.
ceiling, and there
That's what I
would
was
be.
saying is that I did. My friend, we've climbed all the way to the top and down in like
Well,
sixth
you
grade or
you
something.
were like Tarzan. You were in the military. I was so
Yeah, I was
I was a
athletic. We
pussy,
lost
man.
chip group.
But there was no cushion down below.
No, it was.
If
It
you
was
had
pretty
fallen,
gnarly.
you would have been toast. But the weak people couldn't ever get up there, so only the strong people were going to be up there, and they weren't going to fall because they were. So I guess that's how they protected themselves. But uh, what happened here?
We
What's
lost
going
chip
on?
group.
What's going on? I don't know what. I'm missing like all these comments. I am one of us is laughing. Inch says my daughter had surgery today. Been up
Oh,
since 3 a.m. She's good, and I'm totally tired.
oh,
Oh,
that's good. I'm glad to
well,
hear that.
I think he's trying to come in. I see a red dot. My wife says Trump calls Adam Schiff pencil neck. That's the
Yes.
nickname he gave him. There's a great song, Pencil Neck Geek by Freddie Blassie. And she says, tough day. Imp says, horrible day. And then Ship Creek Napalm says, battery died. Oh, shit. And then my wife says, OMG, you were frozen, LOL. How do we find you on Instagram? And Imp says, I'm so sleepy. Good night. Have fun. Be careful. Okay, so that's not Imp's trying to come in. That must be Kevin again. Or Chip Creek. Oh, it's Chip Creek. Okay, Ed Stage. You're
There
back.
he is.
I switched devices.
Okay. Hey, what the wall that you're facing is not a wall we can see. Is it just a bunch of dead bodies, or what is decorated on the wall? I wanted to see the other walls.
Oh, in front, that's just a door to the laundry room.
Oh, okay.
A couple of quilts my wife made on a ladder. That's about it.
What about to your left? You showed us to your right. What's to your left? Is there cool stuff that way?
No, nothing. That's the
Uh,
I have an armoire
oh, okay.
and some quilts on the ladder. That's it.
So
It's a
where do you
very
store your
small
comic
basement.
book collection? What part of the house is that stored in?
Ooh, I have two locations. I have one in a study, and I have in the upstairs portion of the barn. I have a lot of my
Oh,
older comics.
oh, man. So yeah, that barn is what I really want to see. Whenever you get it ready to show it.
Yeah, that's most people when they come and they want to visit. That's where they want to go, and there's a
Do you
lot.
have?
There's something for everybody in there. I have I have a lot of old toys that I collected over the years, and I grew
Oh,
up in the
cool.
'70s and '80s, so I have obviously Star Wars, Shogun Warriors, you know, some monster toys and all the Aurora models,
Uh-huh.
Did
the
you save a lot of your
monsters.
stuff, Chip Creek, or did you replace like what I
I
do?
replaced. I may have a couple of my originals, but I played with mine a lot more than I probably should have. They were models; they weren't action figures, so it was hard to you know. I had battleships that I had made, and I destroyed them playing with them.
Hmm. I did the same
Well,
stuff.
I see Bone Daddy is here. Gary Davis, how are you
What's
doing?
up, Greg?
How's it going?
Pretty
Happy
good.
Halloween.
Yeah, happy Halloween. Thank
Happy
you. I saw
Halloween!
that you left a message this morning. I appreciate that. You
Oh,
you
you
left a
bet.
happy Halloween message.
You bet. I wanted you and Cleo to know I wanted you to have a happy Halloween.
Yeah, I didn't. I didn't. I don't. I can't really answer the phone at that hour of the day, but I read the words of the message.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
I went to a family Halloween party tonight. My girlfriend and her kids and grandkids got all together and had a party, and then the kids went trick or treating. It was a great time. We had a really good time.
Oh my gosh, is that your tail?
Yeah, that's my silly.
I thought it's the island of Dr. Moreau over there in Colorado. Um, let's see. My wife is asking. This is for Chip Creep, I think. Is your wife into the same stuff as you?
Oh no, she's not. If we had passed each other maybe 30 years ago, I would have looked the other way and she would have looked the other way. So it's we did find each other. Obviously, we great companions, but no, she's more into different music, different movies. I'm a big horror science fiction, movie guy. She is not. I remember one of the first movies I watched with her was The Fly, the Cronenberg from 1986, I believe.
Mhm.
And he did all that body horror, so it's very, it's pretty grotesque, some of it. And then
Yeah.
when the maggot is birthed, that when she has that dream sequence,
Yeah.
she couldn't handle it. So
Well, what if she watched the '50s Fly movie? You think?
yeah, she has more appreciation for those. So the Universal monsters, obviously, she'll watch those with me. A couple other things, but anything that's
Well,
unless if it's bad people doing bad things to people, like Goodfellas or any of those mobster things, um, The Godfather, she doesn't mind those, but just
okay.
over the top gore or violence.
Well, I may completely agree with her. And I mean, I like over the top gore and violence if it's like Dawn of the Dead, but I don't want to see like, some hostile kind of movie or, whatever. It's just a torch movie where somebody's torturing someone else in a dungeon. That's not a. But if it's a monster torturing someone, then it's okay. I don't know why that is. It's the same amount of gore, but it becomes a fantasy thing.
Correct. Yep.
Uh, what Cronenberg did was Cronenberg was his stuff was all based on it affects people the way The Exorcist affects people because a lot of people believe in God and that demons exist, so therefore you make a movie about that, and it's like, oh man, that stuff really exists and can happen, and it's more bothersome. Atheists watch The Exorcist. Why do people get bothered by that? Well, because you, but the thing about Cronenberg is his movies are all about disease and things that happen to people, and that really happens. You find out, oh my God, they say I have cancer, and it's like, and that's what that the fly. It's all of his movies have to do with like what's going on inside my body. And it's like, and in fact, I think there's a scene in that Jeff Goldblum The Fly movie where he says, "Oh my God, do I have cancer?" And it's like, oh, don't put that shit into my entertainment. I don't want to think about that while I'm at the movies. I enjoyed the movie. I prefer the '50s movie, but and it's fine. But Cronenberg kind of can kind of get. I can see that's tough to take, man. It can be tough to take for a lot of people. It gets into reality, even though it's fantasy. It's a very obvious metaphor for stuff that really happens
Yes.
to people, and it's like, oh man, I'd rather my horror be, you know. And you said, well, the giant monster movies, that's a metaphor for World War, for Hiroshima. Yeah, maybe, but it's still a giant monster. It's fun. It's just I like fun. I don't like to have my nose rubbed into depressing shit. I don't know. I don't like put the cameras. Who
One
shows
of
who should
the one of the
talk?
science fiction movies that really bothered me when I saw it as a young kid was the Andromeda Strain, and
Yeah,
that bothered me and scared me because it it was so believable. I mean, I looked at that and went, "Holy crap! There could be something out there that is infecting us, and it's an alien being that's doing this, and there's nothing we can do to stop it."
yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, and then all that becomes more. Like when Fauci comes along with his little inventions.
Yeah,
Um, yeah, there were several movies that were very much predicted all that crap, and back in 2019.
yeah.
Um, I'm sure that Trump must be talking to Tucker Carlson by now, but I'm still in the world where this comedian has been going on for half an hour singing little parody songs like a Weird Al Yankovic kind of guy, but a political one. It's like it seems like this guy never ends. So yeah, you ever had any ghost experiences there, Gary?
I have had some. I wouldn't say ghost experiences necessarily, but I was trying to think of ghost stories that I could maybe tell you. The only one that comes to mind right now is I was at a friend's house, and uh, this friend uh, was actually a friend of my sister's, and I just went to visit with my mom and my sister, and she and I and my sister went downstairs, and we were going to play a game. And she says, "Oh, have you ever played with this thing? It's called a Ouija board." And at that time, I had no idea what a Ouija board was, and I'll tell you, after this experience, um, I highly, highly, highly recommend nobody touches a Ouija board. But she had showed me how it worked, and we were sitting in the room and playing it. And, the planchette was moving back and forth, and we were asking it questions. And I was a skeptic. I was not convinced that the bride on a little tricycle. I like that.
Look at the box, man.
The
How do
box is
we get this
cool.
fucking freaking thing?
Yeah, I like it.
Is this something that you can order, Kevin? Sorry to interrupt your story.
Something I already ordered you.
Huh?
Something I already ordered you.
Super
That
seven.
that you'll
Super
be
seven.
selling at your store?
Yeah, but it's expensive. That's the only problem.
Is it 100? Is it less than 100?
Yeah, it's if I can order 4 or more, I can get a little discount, but it's $60.
60. Well,
They're
60.
lined up.
So if you can order 4 or more, you could sell it for 60, or you pay 60 for it.
No, that's if I can do 4 or more, I can sell them for like 57.
Oh, well, once Trump comes back in, maybe I could do that. I don't know. Maybe you could
Yeah.
sell 4 to us. I don't know. 57 doesn't
Um,
seem that bad. That's a pretty cool toy with that box and everything. I don't know. It's up to you, man. I'll buy one from you eventually. Um, when is that coming out?
it
He's
says on
he's
here.
gone.
Hold on, let me show you the other one that's on here
They're
too.
doing other ones, I assume. Oh, anyway, why is he orange? What's going on? Why is he orange with a what's going with a green
He's out
Because
of
they
belly?
he's out
already
of the he's out of the water
they
too
already
long.
did the green one and it sold out, so they're doing orange now.
Yeah, they did the orange one.
What the who
So
would
does it
want that?
wind up and make the bell sound like the old ones did?
Yeah, yeah.
It does.
Didn't you have a Captain America one, Meyer, or you had one at
Yeah.
a
Well, I didn't. My aunt did. So it was like in her permanent toy box in the hall
right?
closet. So you could only play with it at her house. It had to stay there so all the cousins could play with it when they would go to visit her. And
Yeah, yeah.
she said, I remember I said, Aunt Emily, where's that Captain America on the tricycle? And she goes, Captain America? I don't have any Captain America. And I said, of course you do. And I find it and I see it's right here. And she goes, his name's Captain Midnight. And I was like, how could you think his name? He's got a big A on his forehead. How could you think his name was Captain Midnight? But that's what
Because
she said.
Captain Midnight was a radio series, and Captain America wasn't as.
Yeah,
It's hard for us
you
to
never
see
seen
that
Captain
now, but
America.
to some normal person in the 1940s, Captain Midnight was more of a public figure than Captain America was. Captain America was a
It's
comic book
probably why.
character with a movie serial. Captain Midnight was on every day as a radio show, so that would pierce the public consciousness more. Although now Captain America is more popular. Um, yeah, that's an expensive toy now. Those Marvel ones. There's a Thor one, I think a Spider-Man one on
Yeah.
tricycles.
Yeah, he was there for years. It was just, inside of like a cardboard box there in the hall closet, with a bunch of other stuff. Some Mark's dinosaurs, cowboys and Indians.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm so Gary. We're really being assholes. You're in the middle of the story.
Yeah, he was.
I'm so sorry. So continue.
Yeah.
M
No.
says not even Dawn of the what? What? Wait, what are you talking about? We just said. I just said I love Dawn of the Dead because it's not a slasher movie. It's I love gore, but I want zombies or monsters to be killing people. If it's a normal person killing people, then that's too much like reality, and I don't like it. Okay, continuing with the story. Gary, please don't be mad. Keep going. You look mad.
Um, anyway, this young lady was teaching us how to use the Ouija board, and I was skeptical. I thought she was making the Ouija board planchette move and answer questions.
Yeah.
And then I started asking personal questions, questions that only I knew the answer to, and not even my sister. And it started answering those questions correctly, accurately. And I still I had to be convinced, and I asked my friend. I said, "Is there anything here in the basement?" Oh, here we go again.
Sorry. I wanted to see it. I'm listening to you.
What's happening?
Was there anything in the basement?
I asked my friend if there was anything in the basement that we could use that wasn't immediately obvious what it was, and ask this board, what's in that box over there, or what's over there, what's there. And she had said, well, my mother has that player piano over there in the corner, and she just recently bought about 10 new rolls, and they're sitting there on the side of the piano, and they were stacked, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. And so I asked it, I said, okay, would like to know what the title of the song is in the, I don't know, I said fourth row from the left, two up or whatever. And it started spelling out Bill Bailey, won't you please come home? And I asked my friend, I said, you don't know what the titles of all those are, do you? And she goes, oh no, my mom just bought those for her piano today. And I walked over to the one that I was indicating, pulled it out, turned it around, and it said exactly, Bill Bailey, won't you please come home? At that moment, I had chills, and I'm
I
not going to
can
say
imagine so.
that's not a ghost story, but
No, that's a demonic story. A ghost
yeah,
wouldn't have that knowledge,
yeah, yeah,
obviously. No, that's something else, man. That's wild.
yeah.
Yeah.
I, it freaked me out enough that I wanted one of those things, but I was scared of it at the same time.
Yeah, there's something
We had one. We always had one at my house. We got one for Christmas one year, I remember.
Here you
Ouija
go.
board.
Merry Christmas. Summon a demon.
Yep.
yeah.
That was the year that my sisters were using it. and making a big deal out of it, staying up late and claiming that they were talking to some dead people. That's cool.
Man, he's got a little bitty head.
Yeah, it's kind of this exaggerated version art piece.
I prefer the man thing.
Uh, well, that's a very unusual version of Swamp Thing. I've never seen anything quite like that.
Yeah, that's a good one. But I mean, I've always liked the man thing.
Yeah,
I like them both. I like
yeah, I
both.
do too.
Swamp
Yeah.
Thing.
I was really actually impressed by the character of the man thing in that Werewolf by Night TV show. I thought that was a nice take on it.
Well, that was about the only thing that impressed me in that. I know everyone loves it, but I thought Man Thing was okay because he was kind of portrayed like a Chewbacca character, but it was not the Man Thing from the comics. I mean, but
No,
the Man Thing from the comics, I don't think would make for an interesting character in a movie because he's not really intelligent and doesn't. You can't really have a character arc with it. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, I remember him doing that. Yeah.
Look, I think Kevin just showed something very similar.
Yeah.
1974.
didn't he do some of
Godzilla
this
versus
while he was doing
Mechagodzilla.
that, jumping around and not just
Oh,
jumping, but he was doing some of this while he was
Oh
jumping?
yeah, yep.
yeah. Wow. That's
How
right.
about
Yeah.
you guys? Do you guys? Any of you guys have any like memorable, like the best costume that you ever wore, like in your whole life, or any like costume parties? Like when I was younger, I used to go to a lot of Halloween parties, like every year for a couple decades in a row, like in my bar going years. So I went to a lot of Halloween parties. And you guys have any good Halloween party stories, or like what was your best favorite costume?
One time I wore a monkey mask to well, here's something in the Dallas area. I think it started in the late 60s. There's a citywide, it started in the hippie days, something called the Fly Killers Ball on Halloween. And all the older baby boomer hippie crowd would come out to this thing that they go to every year, and they'd have bands play. And first time I went to one, there's a band called T Tex Edwards, and he had a band, T Tex Edwards and Out on Parole. I think no, it was no. The album was Out on Parole, and it was T Tex Edwards and his Swinging Cornflake Killers, right? So T Tex Edwards was in a punk rock band, like the first Dallas punk rock band. It was called the Nerve Breakers. And when the Sex Pistols came to the Longhorn Ballroom in 1977, they opened for the Sex Pistols. And T Tex Edwards was the lead singer of that band. And um, of course, the Sex Pistols chose a country western bar to perform in, so it would be, more shocking. So anyway, um, T. Tex Edwards moved to California. He was a friend of mine, a friend that's been on this show, Randy, a few weeks ago, months ago, whatever. He came on the show. He was friends with this guy. That guy moved back. He was a Texas guy. He moved back. He moved out to L.A. Then he moved back, and and had this band. What he did, and you could look up T. Tex Edwards on YouTube. He did covers. He did original country songs, but he also covered country songs about killing people. Any song about murder or serial killers, like real country songs over the years, he would perform them. And they all be songs about killing, and he looked like he was out of his mind. And anyway, he performed at this Fly Killers Ball, and then uh, and Bubbles Cash was running for mayor of Dallas. I mean, it was just more of a joke. She was a stripper in the '60s. She was in Mars Needs Women, which was filmed in Dallas. There's a scene where they go into a club and Bubbles Cash is dancing, and anyway, she in her older age, she would run for whatever office, and she'd come out. Like it was. She was there, and it was fun. A couple of years later, we go to a fly killer's ball, and I put on a monkey mask, and I'm just there with some friends of mine, and it was in the Bronco Bowl. I remember those hippies, those old ex hippies rented, or they were still hippies. They rented out the Bronco Bowl, which was an amazing venue that's been torn down. Uh, the Bronco Bowl was probably built in the early to mid 60s, and you'd walk into it and it had every kind of indoor sport imaginable. I think there were batting ranges, archery ranges, then you'd go past the bowling alleys. It was like Spectre headquarters, when they're walking past all the training and they're shooting flamethrowers at people, and you just keep walking past all the stuff. And it's like you just keep to get to the music venue in the back of giant music venue. It was Bronco Bowl, obviously from the name, it was a bowling alley, but they had a big venue in the back. And that's where I saw my first concert, which was the Stray Cats and the Bus Boys, and which the Bus Boys were a band kind of like the Coasters, but in the early '80s, and they had a hit with "The Boys Are Back in Town," and I think that was in 48 Hours, the movie 48 Hours, and they had a song in Ghostbusters too. And maybe "The Boys Are Back in Town" is from Ghostbusters. I don't know, but they were a
I
good band.
wonder how that contract worked out, because that song, the Bus Boys did, "The Boys Are Back in Town," was
Yeah,
a song that for years was used in NBA arenas all over the country. They used to play it like as a warm up to the beginning of games and stuff. Like
yeah.
I don't know if any of you guys are NBA basketball fans, but I don't know how that's like one of those situations where a band gets screwed by a record company, where
Mhm.
the rights for that song, that song's been played a million times on television, and they probably
Right.
didn't get any money for it.
Well, they were great in concert, and everything. So, but that was okay. Why am I talking about okay, years later I go to I'm out of college. I'm a young adult at this point, and I go there with some friends. I'm not driving. I just put on a monkey mask, and there's some really drunk guy going around just trying to start fights with anybody. He just wants to fight. And he comes up to me, and I don't know who this guy is. He says, "Why did you?" And then he uses the F word. Why'd you F that girl? Why did you F that girl? It's like, and I kind of lift my mask up to show, hey, I am not who you think I am. I don't know what you're talking about. And it's like, I back away, and it's like, and then he goes off he goes up to other people, yelling at him like a mental patient. And then, before too long, I hear a commotion, and there's someone's blood all over their face, and they were hauling that guy away because he bloodied up somebody else. He just wanted to fuck someone up. This insanely drunk guy, and I'm saying, man, I don't know if this is a safe place. You'd think the hippies would have a nice, peaceful little thing, man, but some of these young people are showing up at this old hippie fest, and it's so I don't remember what the question was, but that's a time that I went. You're talking about a Halloween party that I regretted going to, was that fly killers ball. I imagine they're still doing them. They may have stopped for COVID, and I imagine they never started again because everyone was so scared of that imaginary. No, it wasn't I always piss people off. I know people died, but it was meant to get rid of baby boomers because they didn't want to pay the They, uh, Never mind. We don't want to talk about that. It was a lovely. I don't want to offend you that loved COVID and want to believe that it was just the most important thing in your life, and you still wear your mask. It's okay. Yes, it was great, and it was horrific and all that. I don't know if I ever had that. Everyone's had it 17 times. Usually, people that are V'd, they use, oh, I've had that 6, 7 times. Yeah, really? Well, if the dog gets rabies vaccine and they get rabies, you're gonna trust that thing. But one time I woke up in the middle of the night. I was pretty sick. It was over a year ago. I never took one of those tests. I didn't trust them, but they talk about that you have this weird brain confusion and fog, but that you're not thinking right. I woke up and I don't remember. I'm not a math person, but I wasn't thinking in words. I was thinking in numbers. And I woke up and I was just talking in numbers to my wife. I was just saying numbers to her. I think that's what I was doing. And she got scared and started crying. She thought I'd completely lost my mind. That could have been COVID because I hear that it does weird things to you. And I hear that it's hard to get back your mind. You have brain fog. Maybe that's what it was. I think that's what happened. She remembers better than me, but she was in tears. She thought she'd lost me forever. Man, who's this coming in? I better stop talking about the COVID that everyone loves. Let's see here. Oh my gosh. We've got oh excellent. We've got a new visitor. Hey, it's Spinner Rack.
Hey
Hey,
guys,
hey, what's up?
I saw you guys are still on. We were kind of shutting down for the night with the trick or treaters. Had some neighbors
Yeah,
over.
well, I haven't had any trick or treaters because Sunday was the big night here. The
Yeah,
town, the town does their trick or treating on Sunday. There's a bunch of other little towns not far from here. One of them does it on actual Halloween night, but our town, for some reason, has agreed to do it the Sunday before Halloween. So on Halloween night, I don't have anything to worry about. No one's going to be knocking on the door.
we live in a suburb on the very southern edge of Denver, and 20 years ago when we first moved here, we probably got 100 trick or treaters, and tonight we maybe got 20. It's just really.
Yeah, that's not good on the waistline because it leaves you with all this candy, and then it's like, what
Yeah,
am I going to do with it?
I'm
Because
gonna I'm
one
gonna take
year,
it to I'm gonna take it to work tomorrow. So
well, one year we had all this candy left, and I put it on this desk, and then next thing I know, we've got several mice running around. It's like, oh
yeah,
no! And then how do I get rid of the mice? And then it's like, because I don't, they're so cute looking. And then you put out this thing with this glue, and you see the poor guy trapped in the glue, and it's like, oh man, I don't want to make you so. I don't even want to step on an ant. I'm
yeah,
like a Buddhist. I will go to avoid stepping on an ant, or I'll pick up a worm that's in the street and put it back into the grass before it gets baked on. Yeah,
yeah.
I wouldn't make a good hunter, man, at all.
I
I wouldn't make it in the 1800s.
I don't have a costume on, but I did wear my trick or treat my trick or
Oh,
treat shirt.
cool.
So anyway,
So now you've got this horrible chore of putting away all the Halloween
oh
you've created.
God,
Do you do
we'll
a
Can't you
switch
just?
out,
we'll
or
leave
you're
it
not
up.
doing Christmas this year, right?
No, oh God, no. When we do Halloween like we've done, we can't. There's no way. I mean, we'll still have Halloween up at Christmas. Taking it down, it'll take us that long.
Yeah, I remember watching you. I watch your videos. I enjoy your other channel.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, did Meyer? Did you see our tour that we just put up a couple weeks ago? Or
I think I did. If it was just a couple of weeks ago, I think I've
yeah,
watched that one. Yeah.
yeah.
For
So
any of you that don't know Dave, he's a major Christmas collector and Halloween collector and also Easter collector. And you've got you're a big comic collector,
yeah,
but which is the channel that Spinner X Studios, but he has a channel where he shows all his collections for
yeah.
memorabilia from the other holidays. And what's the name of that channel again for people looking for it?
Ho ho, hippity hop boo. So a play on ho ho Christmas, obviously, hippity hop Easter, and boo.
Yeah, that
Um,
sounds like someone that would perform before a Kamala Harris comes
yeah.
out on the stage. You know, oh, we're gonna have
So
Ho Ho Hippity Hop Boo perform tonight for you here in Atlanta. Oh
so
well,
guys, I'm
whatever.
not in my comic book room. If you've seen my channel, my comic book room is in the main part of the house. I'm in a kind of a spare bedroom, which is my den. But we do have some Halloween up here. Maybe I can hold on. Let me see if I can. I don't. It's kind of dark in here, but so this is our smallest bedroom, and I know I'm kind of shaky,
Uh,
but
we all are.
this is really and all of those Ben Cooper things I got from Gotham City. Kevin, you're
Yeah,
still on, right?
Yeah, I'm watching right now. I was going to ask you, are those puppets to the left?
And these are they're called Joe Spencer. Is the name of the company, the maker, Joe Spencer Dolls.
To the left of the costumes, are those puppets?
To the left of
Yeah,
the
those
right
things
here.
down there.
No,
Yeah, what are those?
they're more dolls. They're pretty good size. They're Joe Spencer,
Oh, okay.
and
My goodness.
Those are like those creepy dolls that will come to life if your house is haunted.
oh, something just came up on my computer. Hold on, let me get rid of this.
So,
So yeah, that's the room I'm in. But
man, you've never shown the other side of that. Well, maybe you have, but it's never looked quite so spectacular. I think you have shown other walls in that room, but
in
that's what
the
I always
comic book
want.
room,
Well, no, this well, I always want people when they're on. I always want to see, well, what are they looking at? What do the other walls in that room look like?
yeah,
And so
yeah.
I think you have
You
shown
just
the
saw
other
the
walls.
wall I look at. So you know that's it. There's the door into this bedroom,
Yeah.
and then I have a TV there, and my Xbox is set up there.
Oh yeah.
And
I'm just
then
fascinated with how people live and how they decorate. I've always been.
and then there's some comic. That is some comic book original color art from some of the Marvel cards.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like that bigger piece there that you see, that's the Jim Lee chase cards that makes up the Danger Room, and then behind me is the window looking out to the front side of the house, and a little bit more Halloween. So
Yeah. Kevin's
yeah.
got some pretty cool new facsimiles coming out of 50s comics. And
Oh, does he?
yeah, Kevin, are you able to conjure that stuff up on your computer? The stuff you were showing us last night, there were the
I remember
hardcover
what it
books and
was.
the.
I remember there was two Phantom Ladies,
Oh
Would,
yeah.
and
would it
there
be
was.
possible to show him because he's ready to buy.
Well, I don't want to get you guys too excited because that stuff's a few months away still.
Yeah.
No, that's okay.
Kevin, I might have my wife give you a call because she's always looking for like Christmas gifts.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
Right, for him.
so yeah, so I might have her give you a call, but
Okay.
Gratu, I did quickly because I saw you were on. I did pull some comics off the spinner rack. If you want me to show them,
Sure, absolutely.
I know it's getting kind of late for you guys, but
Yeah, well, it's
and Bone,
Halloween.
Bone Daddy, I think you're in the Colorado area, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I'm down in Highlands Ranch.
You're in
So
Highland Ranch?
yeah,
Oh, okay. I'm over in North Glen.
okay, in North Glen. Okay, I as a young kid, I was in. I grew up in North Glen, and then about age 9 or 10, we moved up to Summit County into the mountains. You want to
Just say hi real quick.
Oh,
Is
so my
that
wife,
Kevin?
Kevin,
Hello.
there's Gotham City.
Hi.
So you can see
I
my
think
wife.
he's all black
I
though.
think she dressed up. Gratu, your wife is Hispanic origin, right? Of background, right?
Half Honduran, half Irish. Yes,
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay.
her mom's from Honduras.
Yeah. So YV's background is Hispanic, and so you can see she dressed up. If you watch our video that we posted a couple weeks ago of our home tour, in our master bedroom is a Day of the Dead scene.
Uh-huh.
So anyway, so yeah.
All right, just fast hi. See you guys.
Nice to
Are
see you.
you, is your wife is your wife from North Glen as well?
No, she's originally from northern Indiana, just about an hour south of Chicago. Her
Okay.
her father was an engineer in the steel industry.
Oh,
So, but anyway, there's a little Casper. The captain probably would like that.
oh, I like it
Casper's
too.
awesome.
Now, I don't have any originals of the ECs. And guys, I got to tell you, when I first learned about comic book stores, and I've told this story before, We lived up in Summit County in the mountains there. Bone Daddy, you probably know where I'm talking about, a lot of ski areas and what have you. A friend of mine and I were, I don't know what the hell we were down in Denver. I was probably about 16 years old, but we were driving out of downtown Denver and we ran across a Mile High comic book store. And I got to tell you, and I didn't at the time I was focused on superheroes, Spider-Man. I didn't quite understand it, but they had a room just full of ECs. You know, the neighborhood was probably built around that store in around the 40s. And so it was perfect for, comic books, ECs and what have you to come into that store. And they had them up on the walls, and I could have bought them for $10, $15 a piece at the time, but I never did. So another reprint. And then somewhat of a more recent book.
Cool.
I really like the
That's
cover.
awesome.
Who's the artist
I
there?
like that.
That's Adam Hughes, I think.
Oh, okay.
Who's the artist?
I think it's Adam Hughes.
Alex Ross, maybe?
No, it's not Alex Ross. I don't see the.
Pretty sure it's Adam Hughes.
You're right. You're right. It says it right.
AH probably.
Yeah, there it is, right there. You're right, Kevin. You got it. AH, Adam Hughes.
That's probably
Nice.
a pricier. That's a pricier book, probably.
It is. I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't. You don't see that one around too much.
Oh, that's nice. Didn't you get one like that, Kevin? Maybe not in that condition.
Yeah, I have that one. I saved that one from that collection because I like that one.
Yeah, of course.
And of course, you got to have a little Werewolf by Night.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorites. That particular color.
See, that's why I was down on that TV show. Is didn't have bright colors like that. When I think of Werewolf by Night, I think of Mike Plug in bright colors, not black and white.
That's
Yeah,
one of the best covers.
Got to look at the colors in that. For the printing techniques they had back then and all, what great colors.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much they match the colors to the original comics. I think they do. But Marie Severin, of course, is behind the coloring on EC.
Some people would probably fall off their chairs. I really think I actually like the space themes in the old ECs a little bit more than actually the horror. I just love
No,
those.
you're absolutely right. No, anyone that even the EC staff all agreed that those were the best. The science fiction stories were better than the horror stories.
This came from Kevin at Gotham City. By the way, if you haven't ordered from Gotham City, please do. Kevin packs.
Thank you.
You can't believe, and just great
Yeah,
stuff.
I'm starting to put his phone number up in every video. Hopefully, he'll get some calls eventually. But everybody's suffering right now financially. But hopefully, in the next couple of months, hint, hint, things will get better. Check it out, brother.
One of my favorite Archie. Archie, as you guys know, is big on following seasons and holidays.
Yeah.
And I just love this takeoff of Frankenstein.
But the most wonderful thing is their Christmas covers from the 60s and 70s. Yeah. There was just something glorious about seeing those when they came out that I can't really explain how beautiful everything, the colors, just the font used, they were so nice.
I think this is Neil Adams, right?
I believe so. I've never seen that issue in person. That's thank you, Drew, for sneezing on me. My goodness. Yeah, that's one I don't have. I was buying all that stuff off the newsstand when it came out, but I didn't get that one. 20 cents was a lot of money to me at the time. I have to steal it from my brother's coin jar.
Boy, I wish I could go back in time.
Is that a reprint or original one right
Oh,
there?
it's a reprint. Like I was saying, I had the opportunity to buy these, at the old Mile High store, and back this would have been, oh shoot, 1980, 70, yeah, 80 probably. Didn't buy a single one. I was focused on Spider-Man and Hulk, and
Those 90s reprints, they printed like at least 1 million copies because the HBO series
Yeah,
got them to print those. And I can still order those EC reprints from Diamond Distributors. They
you
still have them.
can.
Yeah, they still
Really?
have them.
Then why is it people pay high dollars for the repro? Are they charging high dollar for them, or are they normal
No,
price?
they're like $1 something we get them for.
yeah, I got the
Oh
ones you're seeing
wow!
real cheap. In fact, I think I bought the whole set in one fell swoop. All right, another one from Kevin, and Kevin might be able
That's
to.
Mustache Man right there. Mustache Man.
Kevin, this was what, a 1 in 10, was it? Or
Yeah, and I have the other half over here waiting for you.
yeah, Kevin didn't want this because somebody pointed out to him and said, "Look at the looks like Adolf Hitler with the mustache there."
And then you can't unsee it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and Kevin couldn't unsee it. I had, well, hell, I'll take it. 'Cause, I think that's great. That you can kind of refer to Hitler and looking at it. All right.
Yeah,
One of
I
the
don't like
cooler-
when people point out stuff like that to me because, especially flaws of something that I didn't originally see, then it's on my mind every time I see it.
Now I've got this one's interesting. I got written on the back. It's 1974. Gil Kane with Romita fixing the faces of the werewolf and Dracula. Tom Palmer on the inks. If you
Oh,
guys know, Romita was, when he was the art director, was pretty active, I think, in fixing things he didn't like. Can you imagine fixing something of Gil Kane? No, this isn't right. I'm going to read. Kind of a. I wonder, how that set with people like Gil Kane when you got Ramita there.
I bet he never even knew it happened.
You might be right, Ken. I don't know.
As long as the check cleared.
Yeah. Um, this is Ed Hannigan, 1976.
Yeah.
All right, going a little bit older, here is this is Marvel Family number 4, 1946. Pete Costanza is credited as the cover artist.
Oh, that's
But
gorgeous.
a witch's cover, so appropriate for Halloween, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I have that one. I'm pretty sure I do.
Bernie writes, and of course, 1972, issue 24. And I know. See if I can get it to focus here. Here goes Drew. Is that Drew or?
No, that's my
Drew's-
dog.
Oh, your dog's okay, Kevin.
Yeah, I can show you guys something. The Jim Steranko Hulk annual. You know that the original face was changed on that book.
Yeah, that was
Right.
changed too. Another one from Gotham City. The covers to these, a lot of them are pretty good. The stories, so.
Yeah, I haven't been that interested in those.
Well, they're good for a spinner rack in the covers.
Speaking of that spinner rack, I saw your name and I kind of wondered, do you have spinner racks available to purchase, or
I
does
do not.
anyone happen to have those? Because I've been looking and can't seem to catch a break.
Well, they're on eBay, but as you know, they're pretty expensive.
They are, but you know what's sad is they don't have any of the. It doesn't seem like they have any of the old ones. You know, the squeaky. You know.
I will tell you something funny. If you watch my videos, you'll see my best rack is a gold key rack from the 60s.
Okay.
And the way I ran across that rack, it was the damnedest thing. I came across it. It was up in Vancouver, of all places, Canada, and they have I can't remember the website. It's kind of like their version of Craigslist, and
Huh.
that's how I got that rack.
Well, they make fake ones. I don't know how squeaky they are, but the fake ones are expensive.
Yeah, they are.
The fake ones cost more. The fake ones are like 400.
Well, I paid like $25 for mine in
Oh
the
wow!
mid '90s from a little old lady that ran a comic store. She put the new comic books out on the spinner rack, and I guess people complained, and so she just got rid of the two racks. One went to Joe Riley, one went to me, and Joe Riley did the Hypnotic Eye TV show, and that probably was just thrown out with a lot of his stuff when he passed away.
Now you don't think of Master Comics in this family as having much in the way of Halloween related stuff, but you saw the Marvel family one I had, and here's another one that's definitely got a kind of a Halloween vibe to it.
That's nice.
Someone being strangled. That's nice.
And finally, I'll end with
Oh, that's
a little
gorgeous. I
Steve
love that.
Ditko.
Yeah, I love the logo. Amazing.
All right, that's all I pulled for now, at least.
Well, that's great. What is there a night when we can all meet? What is a night everyone can convene? Or is there not any one night that everyone's available? What do you guys think? Lately, I've been on almost every day, but I'm not going to be doing that much longer. I mean, I'll still, but I mean, right now it's just kind of, I don't know. I figure something bad's about to happen in the country or the world, so I figure eventually something bad will happen, and I'll be on the air, and I'll be able to cover it like breaking news. I don't know. It's got to happen eventually, in the next few days. I
Yeah,
don't know. I don't see getting to next weekend without some historic event happening, but I could be completely wrong. So yeah, I've got a few things coming from Gotham City myself, but I guess I'll mail them tomorrow. I just made a revelation, a realization from Kevin, who suggested it, that these little rubber jigglers from the '70s can be
yeah.
hung on Christmas trees as ornaments. Have you thought of that, Spinner Rack?
No, I haven't. I do one tree with some Hallmark ornaments. From like Spider-Man, the superhero ornaments that they make.
Yeah.
But that's really comic book wise. That's really about all I do in
Yeah.
connection with Christmas.
You can take pretty much any action figure and you can hang them from your tree.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's true. Um,
That's how we
you could
used to
put
sell them in the shop during Christmas. You could sell your loose figures that way.
yeah. Kevin, did you watch the video with all the village stuff?
Yeah, yeah, that's crazy how many of those things you have.
Yeah, too many, too many.
And do you have them all wired together so you just hit one button and they all come on?
Yeah. Generally, we have them. All of those villages are plugged into a surge protector.
Are there certain ones you don't like the sound on them, so you turn the sound
Uh,
down on certain ones?
Almost all of them we try to. Yeah, they're horrible. That's the one bad thing about the Lee Max pieces.
Yeah,
They
it's
are
cool the few hundred times you hear it, it's cool, and then it starts getting annoying.
Well, and even the sounds, the problem is, a lot of the Lemax pieces are animated. And so even if you turn the spooky sounds down, you still get that grinding noise, the damn motors in those
Yeah.
things. And it's just,
Yeah, they're pretty loud, yeah.
yeah.
Especially the one I have with the rabbit jumps out of the hat. I mean, it's really forceful, the spring, where
Yeah.
you can feel the thing bouncing off the table.
So what we do, like, tonight we had some neighbors come over. We don't even turn those whole village things on until they come over, for two reasons. First of all, they're just too noisy. And then secondly, we don't want to wear them out. If we're not going to be in the room, there's no reason to have them on. So
You should make a video where you turn all the sound on every single one of them all the way up, and
yeah,
just for one video, so we
yeah,
would get
yeah,
what it would be like to have 100 of those things screaming at once.
yeah,
It'd be like the entrance to hell. That and then just label it AS Halloween ASMR.
yeah.
Seriously, it would be hilarious.
Or most
I,
annoying
I
video ever.
Yeah, label it that. Do you know how many people would watch a video that's called most annoying video ever?
Yeah,
There's probably 1 million people that type that into a
yeah,
search engine every day. That could be your big break to blow your channel up. I don't know what your subscription, I'm sure it's pretty high, but you
no,
could become a big
yeah.
million subscriber person probably. I don't know. That's what I would want to see is all the sounds at once.
My
Oh,
that channel has really suffered over the years because I've kind of ignored it. My first video, I think I've got about almost 2,200 subscribers on Ho
Oh
Ho Hip
God.
Me Up Boo. And my first Christmas video, I think, has like 140,000 views or something like that. And last I looked, this most recent Halloween shoot, it only had maybe 600. It just, I just haven't kept up with the channel recently because of things going on in our lives,
Sure.
and a little bit more focus on my comic book channel, which is you know quite frankly not very good channel. I mean, it doesn't get very many views at all. But
Well, that doesn't mean it's not a good channel. It
no,
just,
no.
yeah,
But I don't care about that stuff, to be honest. You'll never hear in one of my videos. I don't think I've ever said subscribe. Hit the bell. I just don't do that kind of stuff. I don't do giveaways. I do this, for fun. I just don't care about subscribers and how many views I get. But
yeah,
well, I shouldn't say I don't care. I mean, if I start getting 10 views on a video, that's it. I'm just not going to waste my time. But
yeah. Well,
I don't do the things that it takes to build channels. So
yeah. I'm not even sure what they are. I think you're supposed to put hashtag and a particular subject, and I know that
I
I
think
should
if
do
you
that,
edit,
but I just uh,
I think if you edit the videos, it gets more people to
yeah.
watch.
The something about the people with short attention spans. I guess they're cutting out every time they say or it's just a stylistic thing where there's 4 or 5
Jump
edits in
cut.
every sentence. They'll say a few words and it cuts, and then people find that exciting that the person is moving slight. It's something. It just somehow catches them.
yeah.
Catches their attention. I don't know exactly. Maybe because they're used to playing video games, they want to see this kinetic movement. I don't know. They like to do lots of edits. That's for sure. I don't even edit. I just talk for however long. I
But
but
too, I'm a little bit behind now watching videos, but I did watch the video you did of some of your Batman stuff. I really
well,
liked the video. I enjoyed that.
I don't even remember which one that was.
Like so, I'm behind. It was probably at
Do
least
you
a week
remember what it was
ago.
called, or what the picture was on
It
it?
was one of your, it wasn't live. Obviously, it was like a 2-hour video or something like that.
Yeah.
It was the
What's
one where
what's
you went
weird?
into your bat cave and you showed the poster of
What I
the
find troubling is the live streams. I'll get a lot more views, and then when I but it's not high definition, and the StreamYard isn't. At least I don't think it is. And but when I use my phone, which is a real, I don't know, recent iPhone, and I can get this super high definition and a canned video that's pre-recorded,
Yeah.
I don't get as many views, and I think it's because people want to be part of something that's happening like right
Hmm.
now, maybe. Or maybe it's the communication with other people. Maybe they find it more interesting than I'm just talking. I don't know, but it just seems like, well, gosh, you should watch these other videos where it's perfect crystal clarity. It's, I don't know, but it just seems like, and it might be that they're shorter. I think people like longer videos. It goes against what they always tell you,
Yeah.
but I think
Yeah.
people want to just put on something that'll just play for a few hours while they're working, or maybe their whole shift. Some of my videos, are longer than the average workday. I don't know.
Well, do you go into your analytics? I'm curious, like on your live videos, what is your average watch time? Do you know? Or
Well, I could look. I don't really know how to get
Hmm.
average watch time, but
Yeah.
maybe you can. You still hear me?
Yeah.
How do you do? Let's see here.
I
Okay,
don't know. You
so
don't need to go right now, but you can go into your
no,
analytics.
no. Teach me how to do it. So analytics.
I don't know.
Well, I know that there is something that shows average watch time. So let me go to, let's see, how do I do this? Content, live. You're wondering on live videos, the average watch time?
Well, you can go into your. Let me see if I can
Okay,
go
so
into
like,
my channel here.
so this one from October 26th called The Horror of the Hotel Orloff, it shows watch time hours 61.6. Uh, Well, I don't know, but that means how many? I don't know how to do this. Wait, let me see. Um, it just says, well, the analytics, it says have 778 subscribers, views 8.4 thousand, watch time in hours 2.0 thousand. This is in the last
Hmm.
28 days. The Halloween show last night, the amount of hours people watched it 32.2. I guess it shows a different number as far as people that watched it,
Yeah.
and I think what it is if
Well,
I think it's if someone comes back multiple times, they don't count them as a different person each time, because it's showing 95, and yet when I look at
well,
the
like here, I opened up one of my recent Halloween videos,
uh
and I'm in my analytics, and as I
huh,
scroll down, it says number of views, total watch time. But as I scroll down, it has average view duration. Now, this is an 18-minute and 52-second video. My
okay,
average view duration on this video was 2 minutes and 57 seconds. That's pathetic.
well
On
it's
an 18-minute video, the average person or duration watched it only for 2 minutes and 57
what,
seconds.
how do I get to that? Where do I
I
go when
mean,
I
that is pathetic.
no, it could
That's
be a
the
matter of
attention
seconds.
span.
I mean,
That's the
I'm in
attention
my
span of a visual person.
channel content view. You go into your channel.
Well, I'm in YouTube Studio. Are you in something else?
Well, no, I'm probably there, and it says video, and then it has videos, channel content. It says videos,
Okay.
and then I clicked on my most recent video, which was
Okay,
October 20th.
so you're clicking on videos,
Yeah, so I clicked
not
on.
not live ones, but regular
You're
videos.
right, right. I don't have any live videos on my channel.
Oh, okay. All right. So
Yeah.
let me go back to one from 2 weeks ago. Great old comic books from the Hotel Orloff. Okay. All right. Yes, here it does. Okay. So it doesn't give me that on live. Average view duration on this one is 14.15.
And how
impressions,
long was
clicks.
the video?
Uh, no, it's 2 hours, 20 minutes,
Yeah,
58 seconds. So that's about the same. I think that would equate to what you're saying.
percentage wise, yeah.
Um, let's see. Most recent ones have been little short commercials. The last one I did that was of significant length was that one, and the one before that is probably the one you're talking about. Vintage Batman comics from the Hotel Orloff.
Yeah,
With
yeah, that was the one.
That's
Yeah.
probably it. Okay. It says average view duration 15 minutes and 2 seconds. Uh, that's just because it's all Batman stuff. But
Yeah, but that was a great video. I love that Batman stuff.
it says it had 240 views, which isn't many for a live video. But it's hard for me to break out of. Yeah, that's actually most of these can videos. It looks like I'm like, there's one is, yeah, let's see, that one is about 12 minutes.
Well, listen, when I do a video that's 19 minutes long and the
Mhm.
average view duration is 3 minutes, either I am boring as hell, people have a short attention span, or a combination of the two. I don't know.
Um, well, people do have short attention spans. That's true. Also, yeah, I don't know, man. What happens in the first couple of minutes of your video?
Well, in all those Halloween ones that I put on Spinnerex Studios, I did a short segment of a certain area of the house,
Hmm.
and then I got done with that, and then I took the camera and I went down one side of one of my spinner racks. Then I pulled those books and showed them. So, but
Um,
this is par for the course on all my videos. I mean, this is pretty much what happens on all of them. So,
Yeah, let's see. Myers says, I saw a guy tonight wearing one of those Rasta wigs and hat combos. First, I was startled because from behind, he looked like a black guy. Myers says, I saw that. I don't know what he said. I get similar numbers, Dave, is what he's saying. Um, well, you've got a real slick opening. I know you've got like a real professional opening credit sequence, it seems like
yeah,
on your videos. Um, I think the main thing is most of the audience on YouTube is people that for comic books is people in their 20s wanting to know how to collect comic books, but they aren't coming to older people to find out.
yeah,
They're going to people like Comic Tom and they're telling them what to buy and invest in and what to slab. And so they're looking for people their age. They're not looking for experience. They're looking for people just to tell them that are their age, that are spastic and move around a lot. And so I think that's it. One thing I didn't show in the YouTube statistics is that everyone that watches this channel is older. I mean, that's what I've noticed is, let's see,
yeah.
that when you look at the audience, what are you getting younger people in your
Hmm. Audience. Let me see here. Um, well, this video I'm looking at says not enough demographic data to show this report. See, my videos are
oh,
so pathetic they can't even put that number together.
oh, no, 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 no.
Uh, let's see here. Maybe I can go to an older
Why
video.
have I forgotten how to do this? Um,
Here's a video I
oh,
did.
analytics.
Comic Haul from Gotham City Comics. Let me see if that has
Oh, that's a good video. Yeah, I
any
enjoyed that one.
information. Let's see. Audience. Same thing. Not enough demographic data to show this report.
Okay, well, what I'm getting in the last 28 days, it shows no one in the age group 13 to 17, 18 to 24, 25 to 34, 35 to 44, 45 to 54, 14.4%, 55 to 64 years of age, 84.7, and 0.8% is 65 and older. And 0.8%, I guess that's like someone with no legs, maybe. They're part of a person. And then it shows 97% of the audience is male, 3% is female, and 82.5% is the United States, 2.1% is the United Kingdom, 0.1% is Canada. I used to have somebody in India watching because there was a little tiny bit of a sliver of India. And that is about it. And it shows that,
Okay, here we go.
Here's
Here's
a good one.
my
yeah, hold
comic
on.
book room tour from March of 2023. One of my more successful ones. It got, oh shoot, I don't know how many, a lot of views. Let me go back. How many views did it get? Hold on.
Go to your check
9.6
your subscription status.
9,700 views on that. So let's see. Let's see what we got here. Even that video, average duration 4 minutes, and it was a 21-minute video. Let's go to audience. Yeah, here it is. 100% male, 35 to 44 years, 49% 45 to 54 years old, 51%.
Well, you're getting some younger numbers.
You know, interestingly, 55 to 64, which is the bracket I'm in, zero. And 65
Well,
and older, zero. You know, somebody
some of
needs
this is
to
not
call up
act.
Hans and tell them to watch my damn videos.
I don't know how. Well, first of all, there's a lot of people that watch that aren't signed into YouTube. You can watch YouTube by, you don't have to have a YouTube presence, I don't think. I think you can watch it without signing up, right?
Yeah,
I
you just
think
can't
so.
comment.
So yeah, so there's a lot of people that don't comment. I know that that's the case because Kevin's gotten people that called him that aren't able to comment because they're, and then yeah, I think, Kevin has told me, if you want to do anything on YouTube, he said just don't, whatever you do, don't do a show about comic books because it just doesn't work. He said do something about UFOs or Bigfoot or anything but comics because comics really is a dying. This is me talking now, not him. I think it's a dying hobby. It's not going anywhere. It's dying. And I mean something. The first appearances of Superman and Batman are always going to be obviously big, but as generations pass on, as this young TikTok generation, as I keep saying, is they come in and they inherit these comics. I think a lot of these golden age comics, they may, whether they're worth, I think a lot of them will be destroyed. I think a lot of World War II era comics will be destroyed by people that are politically correct, that look at these propaganda covers and don't find anything patriotic or humorous about them or
Yeah,
historic. They just see prejudice and they're destroyed. And I don't think the kids today, they don't, a lot of them don't know who Bugs Bunny is. They definitely don't know who the Lone Ranger is. They don't know, they don't know anything about this culture, this world
yeah.
of the past, and they don't care about it. And it's just gonna, I don't know. I could be completely wrong, but I just see everything crashing. It's gonna be a few decades from now, but I don't see it is, so it won't really matter, but I just don't.
I,
I don't know. What do you think, Dave? What do you think's going to happen?
no, I agree. I
I
agree.
mean, I people say no. These pre-code horror comics, they're just as good as buying gold. I was talking to Horror Mike, and I was saying, I don't know, Horror Mike. It's just I don't see in 100. I don't know. Maybe horror comics will always be interesting because they're horror,
Yeah,
but like right now, the value of a Red Rider comic, the Red Rider generation is gone. People only know Red Rider because of the reference in A Christmas Story. and how many people even remember that reference?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not. I'm not gonna get overly depressed about it. I just am aware that that's how things go. Like like Meyer was talking about, his aunt knew Captain Midnight more than Captain America because in the 40s Captain Midnight was bigger. Now Captain Midnight's forgotten. Things are forgotten. The biggest stars in Hollywood 100 years ago, nobody knows who Theta Bara is, or Clara Bow. Well, Clara Bow's a little more. It's like some of them. It's just that's just how things go, I guess.
Well,
But
and to that point, this is kind of telling too about the age brackets. And I just went to my Ho Ho Hippity Hop Boo channel. I pulled up that video, my home tour. It's got over 600 views.
yeah,
Oh, here's the difference between these two channels. 100% of the gender on that video was female. Okay, so on my comic book channel, 100% is male, and on this channel, female is 100%. Now, this is interesting, and this is somewhat telling, I think, to what you're saying. 38.7% were age 55 to 64. And then 65 plus years were 61%.
mm, well,
Nobody is showing up under 55, which goes to, I think, Gratu, to what you're saying. And that is, collecting in general, younger people just don't collect stuff like you and I and our
well,
peers do.
they're interested in what's trending and what they like the thrill of the hunt, and oh, look, I just
Yeah,
got all these slab books. What's this going to be? Oh, it's a 9.2. Oh no, I've lost $3,000. Oh, this one 9.8.
yeah,
Yay. That's what they like. And
yeah.
uh, we were talking about hobbies as how as women view them, and comic books, collecting comic books is not one of the more glamorous male hobbies. They prefer a guy to be into sports or something. Not that- Even if women don't like the sports, it's just more of a manly thing to be into than this. They saw man babies grow. It's like so. You know, um,
Yeah, it's amazing
yeah.
any of us are married.
What?
It's amazing any of us are even married. Huh?
Yeah. Well, I think you know if you I don't know what the more acceptable hobbies are. We were talking, Meyer and I were talking, or somebody was talking about, it was Meyer, it was one of them. I know I was having a conversation with a few people. Um, and I said, well, what about model trains? And I think Meyer said that there was some article someone had read that was low on the list.
Hmm.
Is Myers? I can't read the little print. Is he the black square?
No,
No,
that's me.
Myers not on
Miles
anymore.
Bond,
Myers
not here.
Myers missing, but he's in the chat. His
He's in
phone
the
must have
chat.
died. Yeah, well, I don't remember, but yeah, comics aren't up there. But you're getting all female on Christmas collecting. So
Well,
I
you have to
think
remember that model trains were modern marvels way back when, and now they're old. They're considered almost non-use, because I mean trains were what people used to get around.
oh oh
It was almost
yeah,
like the new airplane. So
but
I don't know. I guess
the
model trains might be just, I don't know, a new technical marvel of that time
well,
period,
what
maybe.
I was always fascinated with, though, are the people that create these model train layouts with whole villages.
Yeah,
Like what you have with the spook show villages and everything, but
Yeah,
they're smaller scale, and you would have towns and carnivals and all lights, and then the trains would go around. It was you create a whole world and create mountains and trees and everything, and that was. that was what I always thought when my older brother was reading Model Railroader magazine in like 1970, and he was dreaming of having his train layout, in which he almost succeeded before he passed away. He had it started, but that was his dream all his life, to have this amazing layout in his garage. That seems like that's a hobby that's a little more manly than than collecting comic books, at least in the
Yeah,
view of women.
that's
Um,
cool.
I I go into comic stores, for decades, and I'm kind of disgusted by most of the people around me. They're kind of horrible. They're not into what I'm into. I'm
Oh, got to you
you know,
judgmental bastard.
yeah, I don't really collect comic books. I collect time periods. I love certain time periods, like say the 1960s. Or the 50s. I love the music of that time period. I love movie posters from that time period. The comic books. It's really more. What I'm really more into is mid-century, not only but primarily mid-century culture, kids
Mid-century
culture,
modern. Yeah,
and
yeah.
specifically culture that was kind of frowned upon by parents. So I
Oh,
like
exactly.
comic books. I like comics. I mean, I go back to the 40s, but I can't no knew I never could afford that. But the 50s, I really couldn't afford that either. So I was always kind of into the 60s and 70s. And then as it gets into the 80s, the comics just didn't look as special to me. They had the
No,
barcode on them. That doesn't totally destroy it, but it takes away so much of the charm, the barcode on the cover of a comic.
exactly.
And it's there was just something special about that Silver Age and early Bronze Age time period, just because that's when I was a kid. And the Silver Age didn't really affect me, except that was the era of my older brothers. And the music of that time period, and the TV shows of that time period, and the movies, and the fads, the 60s, the spy movies and TV shows. It's just I like that time period. And so
Do you remember? I'm just commenting on what you're saying. Do you remember that episode of Twilight Zone where that older gentleman goes up to the attic and he finds an old radio that and it works, and the
mhm.
old radio is only playing old radio shows and stuff like that, and he spends hours up there just reminiscing, and he's just disgusted with his modern times. It that almost sounds like the same thing.
Well, I've always loved old time radio shows too, and when you approach it in a, I hate to use stupid terms like a holistic manner, when you're looking at the 40s and you are list and you and I've talked to Charlton 66 about this because he does the same thing. You read a comic from the 40s, you have an old time radio show playing or the music of that time period. It really you can get into the mindset of that kid that originally owned that comic book, which
Yeah,
is
that's
how
cool.
you avoid ghosts. Because if you're playing the music they listen to, I recommend a YouTube channel called Atticus Jazz. Atticus spelled like Atticus Finch, and but it's called Atticus Jazz. That channel, it's the greatest 1920s and 30s music, and they put accompanying the music, which sounds great, great. Recordings of these old 78 RPM records. It's the most amazing, like French postcards, very scantily clad girls from that time period. It's just a fantastic channel, and you listen to that, and it's before long you feel like you're in a Max Fleischer cartoon. It's like it changes your whole surroundings. It's
Exactly.
that's listening to that music. It's just it's like a way of time. I like the name Time Travel Comics that Leo has, because these
Yeah.
comics are a time machine into any time period, because that's why I love the ads. That's why I can't stand. It's not that I can't stand the omnibus books. One thing is they're too heavy, but the other thing, the ads are so important. Strange
Yeah,
Life,
they are.
Hans understands the ads are more than half of the fun of the old comics, because that gets you into that time period. Makes you understand everything about that time period, and you can get the same experience by collecting the old Christmas tree ornaments, and because that's the magic of Christmas morning in 1947 or 1964. It's all of that. The toys, I didn't even mention the toys, I guess we all collect. It's all part of that. But I collect time periods, so I couldn't care less about a Spider-Man comic from 1992. But I dearly love Amazing Spider-Man comics from the inception of the comic through the early mid 70s. The Ditko, the Ramita years. That's wonderful. But
Yeah.
show me a Spider-Man comic now, it's like I don't even understand. I don't even recognize that
Yeah.
as
They're
what I
horrible.
read. He may
Yeah,
look the same, but that's not it. It's not.
No.
It's
it's not
I
what
don't.
you have experienced. That's all a part of what you're saying. That's really the
Well,
essential part of it.
it's
And
not.
then
It's like
and then
there was a
also,
new band called the Beatles. Well, it's like it's the Beatles. Look, it's the Beatles, but it's not the guys that were in the Beatles. It's some new
yeah,
guys. It's like you could call it the Beatles, but it's not the Beatles. And
Hey,
yeah.
Brett, too, you might want to take me off the big screen and put us all up.
oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
That's kind of I'm in.
Yeah, nobody wants to look at
That's
my
kind
ugly
of
mug all night
it's
long.
Dave,
no, it's all right. No, we're nine
Dave,
people
Dave
don't
doesn't
mind.
want to be in the
I don't know
limelight.
how to run
In
this
fact,
stupid
Kevin
thing.
Kevin was showing a Betty comic book. I don't know if you
I
still have
was
them.
missing the whole thing. Okay, that doesn't
Um,
work. How do we need to,
Cleo asked a
how
question
do we
here.
make this
She says, "Are
bigger?
you in the city, spinner rack, or in a suburb?" And the answer to that is that I live in a suburb on the very, very southern edge of Denver, called Highlands Ranch, but I work in downtown Denver.
Oh,
So,
is that where Mork and Mindy lived?
They lived in Boulder.
Oh, okay.
oh, that's Liberalville.
Yeah,
But
that's a whole nother. That's a whole nother planet.
yeah,
Okay, so
we
what is go? I'm sorry.
I
I'm
live in
sorry.
a county that's fairly conservative, and but the rest of it we call Boulder the Republic of Boulder. It's kind of its own
Yeah,
little.
Okay,
And Bone Daddy knows that it's it's pretty, of course that's where CU is, the university, and so it's the Boulder area is a pretty
it's
liberal area.
it's liberal, but it's a beautiful town. I
Oh,
mean,
it's
if you ever get
beautiful.
a chance to go and
Yeah,
check out some of the stores and check out some of the, it's a gorgeous city. It really
yeah,
is.
so Colorado was in the news because what happened? Well, obviously, I remember they were trying to take Trump off the ballot completely in Colorado, but
yeah,
then, but in the last 24 hours, didn't the the codes to have
yeah. I
access
saw
into the
that.
voting machines were actually put up online by? So
Well, yeah,
is that what
supposedly
happened?
somebody claimed that they could easily get them. I don't know whether there's any truth to that or not. To be honest, I don't know.
And then the other controversy, this is stuff that Kevin sent to me early this morning, and it was like horrifying me. He said that you can tell there already is everything's already the fix is in, because in Pennsylvania there was some sports game on, and all of a sudden they accidentally flashed up a screen that showed Kamala Harris was final voting in for Pennsylvania, and it showed Kamala Harris like 6 points higher than Trump or
Really,
something. Yeah, and they said, "Oh, it was just a practice screen. These were
a
just random
practice screen.
generated numbers. We were practicing the screen for Tuesday night.
Oh my God.
We didn't already have this manufactured." And they said the votes aren't even counted. But
Yeah,
those are the two scandals that I've heard.
yeah,
Besides the fact that they're burning
yeah.
the boxes filled with votes. That's so who knows what's gonna every day. Who knows what's gonna happen?
Yeah,
God.
I've lived almost all my life in Colorado, and I'm
Yeah.
63.
Mhm.
And Bundy, it seems that my recollection is, Colorado used to kind of lean conservative, lean Republican, and then I don't know, I would say the last 20 years or so, it's become pretty staunch liberal state.
Well,
Yeah.
the hippie baby boomers probably moved there to retire, or maybe is that where they
Well,
moved here in New Mexico?
a lot of younger people move here because of
Oh,
the
yeah.
outdoor activities. It's a popular state for younger people who, they come here for family vacations, people who lived out in the Midwest or East, and they kind of become infatuated with, the mountains and being able to ski and camp and fish and stuff like that. So,
Imagine if someone tuned into the station right now while you're talking and this is showing. My gosh,
Kevin, do you still have that Betty
unexpected.
comic you were showing?
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, I missed all of it because I was
That was a
pontificating.
great cover.
It's a facsimile, but I don't know why they made it a facsimile. I guess because it's a good cover.
Oh,
Oh,
really?
no.
I was going to ask. I probably have that one down in my collection.
Yeah, yeah, I can see why they made that effect. When is that coming out? When is that on its way? Is
It's
that
on
like
no, it's on final order cutoff. I wasn't gonna order it.
no, order it. I need that in my life.
Yeah.
No,
Good for
that
you.
Veronica one, I already had it, but I wanted to get it anyway because it's like I can show, look, this comic's worth so much. Here's a fake one made based on my original. Yeah, could you order that for me?
They've made alternative covers to that Veronica comic, which is, oh, whoa, my goodness.
Well, no, that's these. There's a group on Facebook. I think they've gotten in some trouble that like to make naughty versions of Archie covers.
Oh, is that what it
They
was?
Yeah, they show up on Instagram too. Yeah, there's people that go in and do little tinkering with the covers and make turn bikinis into string bikinis. Just a bunch of 60-year-old guys that do that. It's a little creepy, but oh well.
Yeah,
I guess everyone that collects comics is a little creepy. Oh,
it can
Miner
be.
wants that too. Did you see that, Kevin?
I already got two on the way.
Oh, okay. I don't know what the original comic cost. Maybe I don't understand how these people work. Their minds
It's,
work.
I think it said Betty number 8. Let's look it up.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I have that original in my collection down in the basement.
It came out in 1993.
Yeah, I definitely
Yeah.
have it.
That was a time
Yeah,
period
it's
when they were
expensive.
really doing those kind of covers. Yeah, I remember.
Expensive book. It's $80 book.
Oh, okay.
I
Well,
have a lot of those Archies from that stand period because they were pulled in my hold slot. My wife, YV, she liked to read at the Archies, so I have most of those probably.
oh,
Dang.
since you're doing that, could you show Dave some of those books you showed us last night? The facsimiles coming out, and there was one that was, I don't know if it was Tiger Girl, and you said, well, I'm not even going to order that one. I was going, oh shit,
That was in the catalog, the new catalog.
is that not the new catalog?
Let me see if it's online yet. Hold on.
Oh, okay, your catalog's still at the store probably.
It was a physical catalog we were looking at. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, anyway, it looked like there's some real good facsimiles coming, but they're not going to be out till the world. We may be living in Mad Max world by the time those comics are due out, and then it's just
Well,
comical to
Diamond,
even think.
the shop that distributes them is Diamond, and they're down to from 3 warehouses down to 1.
Yeah.
So the one, it's called Olive Branch. I think it's in Mississippi. That's the only warehouse left. They had to sell off their other 2 warehouses, and in this last warehouse, Olive Branch, they hire temps that work there. And right now, there's 2 different gangs working in this warehouse. There's two gangs, and so they're fighting each other inside this warehouse. They're having gang fights.
And
I'm
those are the
serious.
ones handling our comics, are these
Yeah, and that's why you'll see books that are destroyed. And you're like, this looks like a forklift hit this box.
was actually a bullet ricocheting.
One of my
Um,
customers works in a warehouse out here, and I told him that story, and he goes, "Oh, that's the same thing in my warehouse. We have two different gangs. We have two prison gangs that are fighting each other right now."
well, nice. Bizarre, man.
Well, as a follow up to what Kevin was showing,
Huh?
I'll move us into the next season here. You guys have seen this before. I've shown this before, I know, but this is one of my original covers, Christmas covers.
Yeah.
This is to Betty and Veronica, number 84. This is from 90 in the 90s too. But
I used to have a lot of Archie pages. I used to have because they were so cheap. You could get them for like $15 for
yeah,
Archie pages.
yeah, I've got a bunch of Archie Christmas stuff, and you're right. Like entire stories, 7, 8 page stories that I got for like $100.
Yeah.
But some pretty, especially Veronica. There's some kind of a little sexy holly outfit there. But
Do you
anyway,
like? Yeah. Yeah. Well, have you ever collected the little Archie comics?
no, I don't really care for the little Archie stuff.
Hmm. Have you ever read them?
Yeah, I've read them. It's the art. I think it's just the
The
art, and
art.
that
Okay,
look
it's the
of
art.
the little,
You tend to not like. I remember you were kind of like, why do people really like these Harvey comics? They're a little too cute. I don't know, remember how you phrased it, but so I don't think you like the super cutesy stuff.
Well,
I don't want to put
I
words in your
have
mouth.
you've seen I have a number of the Harvey stuff. I've kind of grown to appreciate it over the
So you
years.
grew to appreciate it, but at first
Yeah.
you weren't quite sure what to think of it. I seem to
No.
remember that phase you went through.
Yeah. Early in my collecting career, I was all about the superheroes. Collecting Spider-Man, and
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
I looked down upon like Harvey. Look at how it's drawn. It's horrible. But
Yeah.
I've kind of come
I
to
was hoping
appreciate it.
everyone would stay that way so that I'd be the only one buying them.
Yeah.
Um, Yeah, well, it's a certain time period I like. Once I think something about after the mid 70s, I didn't really like the Archie stuff or the Harveys. It just wasn't the same. But in the 90s, in that little brief window, right up when they seemed like the art got better and they were trying to, a little brief renaissance. But generally, the Archie, especially the Christmas, what was the Christmas title was what? Archie's Christmas Stocking.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the lettering, everything was just so beautiful. And Christmas, well, I've got it all on you. What am I doing? I'm sorry about that. The and the little boy, maybe if you don't like Little Archie, you probably don't like Little Jinx, or do you?
I have a few of the Christmas issues, but I never read that at all.
The
No.
Christmas issues are so beautiful.
Yeah.
Some of those Little Jinx, they have the covers, the colors rather, are so
Yeah.
beautiful, and the way the font on the lettering, or they call some of them call it trade dress, but I've always called it a logo. You know, uh, man, this Tucker Carlson event is just like an epic long thing, and then the crowd is like it's just unbelievable. It's like the Super Bowl. Here, this thing. This is earlier on this evening. Yeah, there's some really good stuff coming out, but all the stuff I care about is reprints of old stuff. That's just don't. And a lot of times the musical artists I like sound like old musical artists. That's why I'm interested in it.
Yeah.
But my first love was always monsters, and that. So I don't really know what direction to go with this channel, but I kind of wanted. I kind of just prefer to just talk to people, and but as far as you know, I'll talk about comics. I'll show comics, but I prefer to talk about the past and well, not just the past, but when I'm showing a comic about the personal connections that
Yeah.
I have to that, and
Yeah.
if it's something I couldn't possibly have a personal connection to it because it's from before my time. I'll talk about the history, the
Yeah.
historical context of that comic, and you know, because otherwise it's just like these 20-year-olds that just buy everything off mycomicshop.com or wherever they get it and just show it, and it's like, well, what does that mean to you? What
Yeah.
do you even know about that?
You know,
It just,
my
oh, it looks
history on
cool, man.
collecting was so much different than, like you or some of the other guys, we've known in the four color fossils. In that, as I mentioned, when I was about 9, we moved from the Denver metro area up into the mountains. And at that time, Summit County was very, very rural. And I'll be honest, so this would have been, I think, 71 when we moved out of the Denver metro area. And if they sold a comic book in the entire county that I was in, I don't know where it would have been.
Yeah,
So, when we moved, I just, I was cut off from all that stuff. In fact, this this is amazing. This might be amazing to you television wise. When we first moved up into the mountains there, we got one channel. Like I think it was maybe the ABC affiliate out
yeah.
of Denver.
Actually,
That was in, you could watch. And then another channel that was kind of like fuzzy, and then the third one was unwatchable. And so that's all I had. So I never got to watch all these shows that you kind of take for granted, like Gilligan's Island and Addams Family, until I would we would like come back down to Denver. I'd visit my grandparents and all. I'd be like glued to the TV because I got to watch these shows that I never got to see.
yeah,
So I
yeah.
kind of bloomed late into the collecting compared to a lot of
Well, I can relate to that more than you realize because I was born in 65. So when I was 4 in 69, we moved to Germany
yeah,
until 72. And we live on a U.S. Army base. So everyone in school speaks English, the teacher's speaking, it's like living in a little small pocket of the United States in Germany. On the weekend, you could drive off the base and see castles and then come back home,
yeah,
and you're back in basically the United States. You have a American movie theater, you got the PX. They had a bookstore with magazine rack as far as you could see, like in a Barnes and
yeah,
Noble. And all the comics were on the magazine rack. They weren't in a spinner. They were all
yeah.
out, and the monster magazines, everything. So I was exposed to comics at an early age and everything, and all the monster magazines. But as far as television goes, there appeared to be no American television. And,
Yeah.
we had this brand new 1969 Zenith color TV, but we just, well, it's just we can't really do anything with it. And my dad decided to get up on the top of the barracks, which, whatever, I don't know if you call them
Hmm.
barracks, but it's like a big apartment
Right.
complex that you live in, the quarters, whatever you
Yeah.
call it,
The
there the
officer
families
quarters.
live.
Yeah.
And which I later were told that's where the German officers lived with their families during World War II. I didn't realize that the hospital my dad kind of ran, that was the German hospital. It was basically was a Nazi. We
Yeah.
just took it over and
Yeah.
renamed it, whatever. So so where I was, my childhood bedroom was probably where some German child slept. That, some SS dad or something. But anyway, so here the TV, there was so my dad got up and put an aerial up, and everyone thought, well, you can't pick up that Air Force Base, Ramstein Air Force Base, whatever. And we picked it up perfectly clear. And then everyone else started putting up antennas. And it was just this armed forces station. And it wasn't a network. They just picked and chose from the 3 networks. Well, 4 networks, because they had Sesame Street, which is brand new in 1969. You had Sesame Street. They would have shows like All in the Family. It'd have shows that were
Hmm.
a few years old, like Star Trek, and uh, I remember the Bill Cosby show. They had the
Yeah.
Flintstones, some older, some new. The cartoons. I remember they had the Hulk and Captain America cartoons from 1966. Only those two. They had uh, Roger Ramjet, Tom Terrific. I think they had Crusader Rabbit. It was weird. They'd old real violent westerns that I've never seen again from the 40s. Just it seemed, and maybe Tarzan movies. It was a hodgepodge. They just picked and chose from different networks. What was the show Julia? I remember that was on there. Uh, but there were a lot of. But then I would pick up these comic books like Dark Shadows from Gold Key, but I never saw that show. I love the comic, but I never saw Dark Shadows until the late '70s when it was put into syndication. And it's like, oh, now I finally can see what I read about in the comic book, uh, because it it went off in '72, and if I lived in the United States, I would have looked at that soap opera because it was a comic book. I don't know how much that would have impressed me at age 5 or 6, but there was a lot of I was also, and then so I became, like you say, really addicted to TV because I had been deprived from it,
Yeah. Yeah.
and I didn't see the months. There were a lot of shows like my brother had. Maybe it's upstairs. A Munsters hardcover book from one of those Whitman, books that they put out that were tied in with TV shows. It had a beautiful painted cover, and I thought, well, this is amazing. But then when we moved to Virginia, after we moved from Germany, the Munsters came on there. And then that's where I saw Gilligan's Island. I didn't see Gilligan's Island and the Munsters and everything until I was in second grade and Leave It to Beaver. So then I was really hooked into all that stuff that I'd missed. I know it's not that. And then Adam's Family, which I dearly loved, I didn't get to see until several years later. My brother had always talked about it as much into trains as he was, because you just always talk about how Gomez Adams would make the trains crash and explode.
Yeah.
I thought that was really cool. But most local stations in the '70s, if they had to choose between the Munsters and Adams Family, would choose the Munsters because it was more obvious that they were
Mhm.
monsters. The Adams Family, yeah, they're weird, but what are they? Well, she's probably a witch and he's just
Yeah.
eccentric, but it's not really okay. The Munsters is obviously monsters, and
Yeah.
Adam's Family some little more subtle humor. So Adam's Family was not shown as much in any of the markets that we lived in because my dad moved a lot until we settled when he retired in '76. So yes, I do understand the lack of television, but
Yeah.
comic books were always in ready supply. But you can't knock someone for that because because you weren't exposed to comic books. If you had been exposed to them, you would have loved them.
Yeah.
So it's not like, well, I was into comic books earlier than you, so obviously I'm cooler. It's just like if you
Yeah.
live in a rural area, someone may not know about certain bands because they live in an area where they only play country
Mhm.
music, and
Yeah.
they never get exposed to this music until maybe they get into college. And it's like, well, why weren't you into that when it came out in 1977? Because I'd never heard of it. I lived in the country, and it's like, does it make you not cool because you weren't into it? Some people have that attitude.
Yeah.
Well, I saw that band when they came out. What was wrong with you? Why didn't you see the
Yeah.
Misfits live? What, So
So
yeah, it's no competition of when you get into something and all that.
no.
It's
Yeah.
it's how much you love it once you discover
Yeah.
it.
But I always find the stories, of people talking when they were 8, 9 years old, taking their bikes down to the local drugstore. I just didn't have that. So, but anyway.
Yeah,
Too, do you have to work tomorrow or are you off?
yeah, but what the hell? Oh
I,
shit!
yeah.
It's almost midnight.
Yeah. I was going to say it's 10:46 here, so I better cut off.
Yeah, I guess I do
I gotta,
actually have to work.
I gotta trundle downtown tomorrow. So,
Yeah, I don't understand how is Trump and Tucker Carlson are still. What? Wait, it says 11:44 Eastern time. How far behind am I on this recording? What time is it in Eastern time right now?
it would be 12:46.
Oh, so I'm an hour behind. So they're
Yeah.
still on awfully late for Trump to be on at almost at 11.
Yeah.
So that, and he's got to probably do several rallies tomorrow. Yeah, I probably ought to kill kill this show, man. No,
Anyway,
ought to eradicate it,
well,
exterminate.
where you're at, you got
Everyone else
15
is a
minutes.
black screen.
You got 15 minutes left to Halloween. So happy Halloween.
Well, it's great. Great having you on, Dave. Thank you for coming on,
Hey,
and
no
Bone
problem.
Daddy and Ship Creep, and you've Chip Creep, yeah. And you're gonna get your address to Gotham City, and
Yep, we'll do.
I think he might have already sent it. I haven't
oh, you
checked my
already
message.
sent it, yeah. All right, and let's see, and then I'll get another order to you, Kevin, before long. I want to
Yeah.
get that absolute Batman, and I want to get that beat up Aquaman toy too, uh,
Yeah. And Kevin,
and
I'll
everything else.
I'll watch earlier in the show when you were showing stuff, and I'll give you a call if I want anything.
I don't know if we even
Okay.
showed any stuff earlier. I think we were just talking and telling ghost
Oh,
stories.
okay.
Meyer walked around his town. It's not. I don't think you're going to see a lot of comics held up because I've
Well,
kind of.
I thought you got to. I thought you said earlier you showed some reprints that were coming in.
Yeah, we were
Oh,
showing
that was
the new
yesterday's
comics
show.
that came out
Oh,
this week.
yesterday. Oh,
Oh, he
okay.
did. He did show some of the new comics that were coming out that he was just unboxing. And there
Okay,
was some
I'll
good
take a
stuff
look
in
at
there.
them.
Yeah,
So,
watch last night's show and this night's show.
okay.
I just kind of stopped getting into the habit of showing this. Although I have done shows like that, I went through like 2 or 3 boxes in one show several days ago. But that stuff puts you in the chiropractor office real quick,
Yeah.
just bringing comics up and then putting them back into a box. And then it's
Okay.
it's it's a young man's game. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys later. Have a happy Halloween, everybody. I got to get to sleep before I'm in
Take
trouble.
care.
Take care,
Bye-bye.
everybody.
Happy
Bye.
Halloween.
See ya.
Bye.
Goodbye, Mr. Bond. In stream.